Good evening, everyone, and welcome to day 5 of India's largest virtual science festival, India Science Month Online. We have a month long festival going on through the course of January 2021, and this festival is your one stop destination for everything science and technology. Themed around health, space, robotics, this festival promises you a variety of events from talks, panel discussions, workshops, demonstrations, online games, competitions, and so on. We have a very interesting lineup of events today. And before we start with any of that, I just want to tell you all that we have a very exciting Twitter competition going on. So take a screen grab of whichever event you like the most. Share with us on Twitter why you like this event the most. Tag us on our social media handles, and the best tweets win exciting prizes. So make sure that you use our hashtags, make sure that you use our handle, and make sure you tag us everywhere, and we'll make sure that the best tweets come to everybody's attention. I would just like to know the demographics of the attendees that have joined us here today. So I'm going to quickly launch a poll, and it would be great if you all could please answer it quickly for us so that we know the background of all our attendees who are joining us today. So the results tell me that the maximum number of our attendees are college students. We also have a few school students, a few faculty members joining us, and a few individuals from entrepreneurship and business. So looks like we have a very, very good variety of audience members who have joined us here today. So this is just going to get more exciting. Here's a second question for all of you to answer. Let's have a look at the results. Most of our attendees don't know much about the topic but are curious to know more. Some of our attendees have read a little about the topic and just know a little bit about it. Some of our attendees have studied this and definitely wish to pursue it further, while a small percentage of our attendees are actually working in this field. I think that gives us a fairly good idea of the kind of audience members that have joined us here today. Needless to say, a very good mix of college students, school students, faculty members, and working professionals who know a little about the field, wish to pursue it further, and are already working in the field. So, without any further ado, let me begin with today's list of events. Just I would like you all to know that we have a Q&A tab where you can type in your questions related to the talk that's going on, and our researchers will answer it at the end of their talk. At 5:15, we will be starting with Professor Rajagopal from IIT Madras's talk about underwater robots. But before we begin with his talk, from 5 o'clock to 5:15, we have some very interesting stuff lined up for you today. We had a science fiction writing competition, and I'm very happy to announce that the finalists of our competition are here to share their stories with you. Allow me to introduce Professor Manon, all the way from the USA, who has joined us. He's the first finalist of Spin Your Science, and Professor Manon will now be reading out his story. Professor, I would request you to please turn on your video and audio. and take it ahead from here.
Thank you so much. I'm going to be sharing the screen. Um, okay. Forbidden. 1. The old man hobbles with his cane on cobblestones, his shoes scuffing the stones in sync with his mouth scoffing, spitting out words of disdain and discontent. He stops by a lamppost, pulls a cigarette from the pocket of his tattered jacket, and strikes a match. Sulfur and phosphorus burn the hairs lining his nose before the tobacco catches the flame. His eyes glassy fire. Inhaling deeply, he feels the smoke etch his lungs but doesn't care. He pulls his coat tightly around him to stay the chill, looks up past the stratospheric glass dome to the stars beyond the rings of Saturn, and wishes out loud for another chance. He can't keep it secret anymore, but there's nobody to tell. No one's left from the colony, no woman in his life. The accident that took them, his fault. He wasn't monitoring the nuclear reactor when the fuel elements failed, leaking radiation. He takes another draw, watches the smoke dance in the empty air of the terraformed landscape. His other hand is stuffed in a jacket pocket, clutching an object wrapped in a clean linen napkin. He found it in a subsurface cave here on Enceladus while being derelict in his reactor operator duties. He reasoned that the computers had been doing such a competent job for the last 40 years that he wasn't needed in the control room. Functioned, and he wasn't there to scram the reactor, to mitigate the damage, or to keep the colonists safe. The next supply ship from the Martian colony isn't due for 3 more years, despite solar sail technology. The solar wind isn't ramping up enough until the sunspot maximum around 2080. Emergency diesel generators won't last a year before life support fails. He pulls out the object, unwraps it to catch the full fluorescent light. It looks like an apple, this lump of hidden gold. He sees himself, but not as in a mirror, but within the thin layer of its skin, in its purple aura, its birefringence. Light dances into the golden layers of the hologram. Mesmerized, it holds him captive like a spell. But whispers, gentle susurrations, warn him to stop. Compelled by the enchanting images of himself in youth and of the entire universe sparkling in the palms of his hands, he lets himself fall into it. A surge electrifies, cocoons him. He swoons in and out of time, the past, the present, the future, all folding on itself. 2. She's been waiting for her lover for such a long time. Her plaintive green eyes are lifted up whenever she prays. She often goes to a grotto by the waterfalls, verdant and full of creatures that might assuage her loneliness. She had named every one of them so they'd know her when she called. One day, out of the blue mist of her deep sleep, emerges a man, pure and strong and naked, naked of all guile. It's as if she knows him. So she holds out her hand, her long red tresses draping her sensuous form. And he holds out his with the golden apple in his palm. He smiles and says to her, "My name is Adam. Come and look into this beautiful light." Okay.
Professor, that was wonderful. You really encaptured everybody's attention, and it was an absolute pleasure listening to you speak. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. I would now like to invite Swarada, who's going to be sharing her science fiction poem with all of us. Swarada, over to you.
Hello everyone. As the earth keeps revolving around its own axis every time, and it is developed every day by human activities and, of course, the major time. In the similar way, I am Swarada Zarukar, who keeps revolving around my own ideas and thoughts each and every day in search of uniqueness. I'm keep improving myself bit by bit in each and every aspect of my life. The way in which human and nature keeps to nourish the earth, in the similar way, the thoughts and ideas which resides within me helps to become a better version of myself. As a part of self-development, I always try to write something innovative, be it poetry or any article. One day, while I was thinking about the topic to write something, I just wondered about the future of Earth. So, what if expected circumstances happened suddenly and we are not at all prepared for the unexpected ones? Many such questions came to my mind and I penned down them one by one. So, this is my poem, just an attempt to depict the future scenario dreamed by the fictional character in my poem. That day. That day, the wind was sad, the clouds were angry, trees were not going, the flowers, the bees stopped whooping, the flowers dropped off, teacher permanently locked off. That day, the shapes became shapeless, the earth was nearly askew, seasons and time running in hurry, nature now had lost its worry. Vultures eating grass, deers the flesh. Oh no, what's this mesh? That day, humans plucked stars from the sky. Children played with the moon. The night became the day for all. Aliens were actually on the call. The atoms were clearly visible. Impossible reactions got feasible. That day, it differentiated, it integrated, it reduced, it introduced, it oscillated, it fluctuated. Theories of science, bias stated. It dusted everything it contains, life affected the laws it maintains. That day, all the uniqueness ended. Universe met the adverse. The dipoles weren't able to radiate. Instead, they started to pulsate. I wasn't able to think things which never ever blink. That day, storage of my brain overflowed. I cleared the cache, emptied the trash. The computers were now thinking. Surprisingly, robots were winking. Life was now just a street. Everyone was living within its freak. That day, I decided to go somewhere else where I could find the peace. But neither near nor far, I didn't even have my car. Everything was spoiling. Can't predict what was spoiling. That day, I wanted the pain to be kicked itself by nature's choice. Until I researched and enlightened subjects that were now titled. I came to know nothing was uneven. It was me who realized now it's seven. So, the theme of the poem was that the dream where the poet sees himself in such a world where everything unusual was happening. This dream is a reality which will slowly, gradually begin at the blink and may end up with the same circumstances that the poet dreamt about. His dream was such a situation which made him think about the future and its outcomes. He was hallucinated completely. The era where everything will be staggered and impossible suddenly becomes I am possible. After all, he realizes that it was 7 in the morning and now it's his time to live the reality and explore Earth's gravity. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Swarda. I think you very beautifully explained the inspiration behind your poem at the very beginning, too. So that was really great. I would like to take an
Thank you.
opportunity to just ask Professor Manon, he's with us here today. Sir, if you could tell us the inspiration behind writing the story that you wrote, I'm sure our audience would want to know a little more about it.
Okay, thank you. The inspiration for that story Well, being a scientist and always fascinated with other worlds, and the underlying things about a lot of my writing have to do with human relationship. It wasn't too far of a stretch to put this kind of loss of not only the implication of loss of a man or because of bad decisions or choices that we make, as exemplified in the dereliction of his duty. Um, um, the but I also filtered in my own personal background as a nuclear safety analyst. That's what put bread and butter on my table for many years, and so I just thought it just came to me. And a lot of the work that I do sometimes has some biblical undertones. And so it just evolved organically. When I started writing the story, I didn't know where it was going. And so there wasn't any one specific thing that led me to that particular story. I write mostly poetry. I think that influence shows itself in even my prose, the poetic rhythmic writing. So I'm not sure I answered your question fully, but that's all my still
That
half
was
asleep
definitely
brain.
very helpful. No, that was
Thanks.
definitely very helpful. I think another thing that we often think about is that science fiction as a genre has not evolved much, at least in India. It's still a field that doesn't have much recognition, and it's growing over the years. So, as far as science fiction is concerned, I would like to know what books did you read as someone who was interested in the field, or if there were any movies that actually attracted you to the science fiction uh, genre.
Yeah, I think thinking back, there were two things as a kid, because I'm a little older than I look. There were this television program called Rocky Jones, and then when I was 10, I read the Hardy Boys, and one of the episodes had a bunch of kids, 8, 10, 12 years old, just building a rocket ship in their backyard from junkyard salvage and actually going to the moon. So I was captured rather early in my life by science and science fiction. And I've been naturally that led to my scientific career, but I still dream of of being an astronaut. That was one of the things I wanted to be. Um, that didn't work out, of course, but uh, and later in my life, when I started writing, and I started writing seriously in 2004 and prose in 2008. um, I became interested in, I remembered some of Niven and Purnell's novels, The Moat and God's Eye and Lucifer's Hammer in particular, that make and have an ever-present impact on me. The latter being a meteor impact, uh, Lucifer's Hammer, and in the near future. I mean, it was like current day science fiction, and and then as a research scientist, I've worked on Viking, the life detection on Mars, and also uh, uh, on the Voyager missions as well. So even professionally, I've had some connection to outer space, though not as an astronaut.
So that definitely sounds very interesting. So thank
Yeah,
you so much for sharing that with us. I'm sure our attendees have gained a lot out of it. So thanks for
oh,
sharing, and thanks for being a part of the competition. We
thank you
will
so
await
much.
the final result. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thanks a lot.
thank you too.
Okay, while we wait for our talk to begin, um, why don't I share with you my screen and show you a couple of very cool events that the Science Festival has in store for all of you. So we have this super cool collaboration with Club for the Future, which is a part of Blue Origin, uh, a space company in the USA. It's a private space company. And so we have collaborated with Club for the Future on an exciting postcard program. So what you get to do as part of this program is you can send us a postcard and we will ship it to the USA. Club for the Future will load all your postcards on a rocket and send it into space. We will get the rocket back, and all the postcards will be stamped as flown to space. And once that happens, we will be sending the postcards back to you. So basically, this is an exciting opportunity to get a keepsake for life. Because let's face it, not all of us are going to have access to space, or this is actually a great opportunity. We might actually never get a chance like this to send something of our own to space. So, what we're encouraging all our space enthusiasts is to send us a postcard and write on it or draw on it any message of your liking, or you could tell us why Earth needs space. I think it's very exciting, and I've already sent in my postcard. And we have received some lovely postcards from space enthusiasts all over the country. And I will just like to run the entire postcard program by you, and then we can move ahead with the talk for today. So let me just begin by sharing my screen. Sorry, I think I just got cut over there for a second. Let me just take you through my presentation. So this, as I mentioned, this is a collaboration between India Science Fest and Club for the Future, and it's called the Postcard Program. On your screen, you'll be able to see some very cute postcards that we have received from all our attendees and our space enthusiasts from all over the country. And here you can see that Earth is saying, "Dear humans, I would like to remind you that just like you, I also need space," which I think is so interesting. A very nice illustration of the Curiosity rover on Mars. And you can see a couple of aliens around it, and the alien is also saying something to the other. The next postcard over here shows, say, to extraterrestrial uh, beings looking at Earth from space, and the son is saying to his mom, "Mom, look, it seems like Earth is healing." And the mom is saying, "Yes, son, Earth needs time and space to heal." The next postcard that we have here again is a very beautiful illustration on the whole of space in general. You can see so many different elements here. It's got planets, it's got a telescope, it's got stars, it's got a rocket, it's even got an astronaut. So it has all elements that one would see in space. And I think it's extremely attractive also. Here is a very nice message that one of our space enthusiasts have written for us. And I'll give you all a minute to read the message that is written on screen on why Earth needs space. Now you can see on screen one of my favorite postcards that I have seen. This shows such an intricate illustration. It has so many different elements to it. It says, "Got space, needs space, space to live." If you observe closely, you will be able to see so many different elements in this illustration. So just take a minute to assimilate all of it in. And the last postcard that I can show you all is Earth Needs Space. Again, it's got a very nice message written on it, so just take a minute to read it. I'm just going to quickly walk you through our website so that you have a good idea of what you can do to actually send your postcard to us. So all you have to do is head over to our website at indiasciencefestival.org and go to the postcard program. You scroll down here, you'll find all the details. Now, this is the Blue Origin New Shepard rocket, which will be flying your postcards to space. So, like I mentioned before, this is an adventure you don't want to miss, and it's an opportunity to save a memento from space for life. Tell us why you think Earth needs space. Now, this is not compulsory. You can choose to, write something else, draw something else. It's completely up to you. But we are encouraging everybody to think about why Earth needs space. This is the journey of your postcard. You can see where and how your postcard is going to travel all the way till USA, to space, and then come back. So, first your postcard reaches our office in Delhi NCR, and then we ship them to USA. Your postcard is placed in a payload box, and it's loaded into a capsule in the Blue Origin rocket. Your rocket is launched into space. The capsule carrying your postcard separates from the booster. The booster returns back on the launching pad, floats under parachutes for around 100 kilometers above Earth. The postcards are removed from the payload box, and each postcard is stamped saying this postcard has flown to space. And the postcards are shipped back and they're mailed to your homes. You can watch this video on our website to learn a little more about the program. And here are the quick links that you can use. So you can read the step-by-step instructions to send the postcard here. It has all the details on what envelope you can use, what the dimensions of your postcard should be. Fill in your registration form, make your payment here, and yeah, we'll send you constant updates about everything. We will be telling you when your postcards are shipped to the US. We'll tell you when your postcards are flown to space. In fact, we'll also be doing a live stream of the rocket when it actually flows into space, so you will be able to actually watch the rocket as it gets launched to space. And then we'll return your postcards back to you with a stamp. And you can write to us at info@indiasciencefest.org in case of any doubts. Okay, so thanks for listening to me for a bit. I am going to ask you a few questions regarding your interest in space. So let me just launch a quick poll here. So the poll results tell me that maximum people are interested in the idea of discovering new planetary objects. There are a few who are interested in meeting a new species from another planet. There are a few who are excited at the idea of living on another planet, and there are a few who are interested in becoming an astronaut. And a very, very small portion of the crowd feels that space doesn't really excite them, which is totally fine. And just my last question to you all would be, would you like to send your postcard to space? So it's very nice to see that most of our attendees would like to send their postcard to space, and we have sent in a couple of links on your chat. So in case you're interested in looking up the postcard program, make sure you click on the links that we have posted in the chat, and they'll tell you all about the postcard program. Just ensure that your postcards reach us before the end of January, because we plan to ship all the postcards towards the end of January. So just make sure that they reach us on time. A few of our attendees are unsure about sending their postcards, which is also completely fine. And a few have said that this postcard program is not for them, which is again fine. Okay, so I would liken everyone to just, I'm going to ask a couple of questions in the Q&A tab, and I would really appreciate if you all could answer me uh, from your end. And it's just that we are experiencing a slight delay. Professor Rajgopal has not been able to join us today due to an emergency, so we're sorry about that, but we still have some really exciting events planned up. We will soon be listening to our other science fiction writing competition finalists, and they have some interesting stories to share with us too. We will also have the next talk by Dr. Dimitra Atri, who will tell us on what makes planets habitable. So that again is, I think, super interesting, a topic that um, is very relevant to today's times. So that's something that you need to stay tuned in for. Post his session, we have a talk on the internet and AI. Uh, it's all about the world that we live in, and you can see all the details of the events that we have on the chat box. The title of the talk is Internet of Things, and it's going to be very exciting. It's by Professor Sarma, who is from MIT. And the final event for today from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. is a very, very interesting panel discussion on public health and human rights. So it's going to be moderated by Professor Balsari of Harvard Medical School, and it's going to cover a variety of topics ranging from masks, vaccines, lockdowns. Were they beneficial? How did they impact human life? And did they in any way impact the rights of people? So, again, this is a very interesting conversation to look forward to. So, make sure that you stay tuned in us for the rest of the evening. And now we will be beginning with a quick quiz. So, just give me a minute and we'll start that soon. Hi everyone. So I've received a few queries, and they're regarding the postcard program. So there's a document on the website. We will be updating it very soon, but it says that the postcards are available are going to be accepted only till 15 December. We have extended the deadline, and we are going to be taking postcards until the very end of January. So please feel free to send in your postcards. We'll make sure that we ship them to the US and they get back to you. I'd also like to share with you all that we have some very exciting games planned throughout the course of the month. We have drawing competitions, Pictionary, Jam, model making, uh, and a potential treasure hunt too. So, I mean, all of these events are free. You can head over to our website, check out the games that we have, participate in whichever you like. If at all there are, you want to participate, get along your friends, rope in your family members, and make sure that everybody is involved in the science festival. I'm actually very, very happy to now hand over the mic to Mr. Varun Agarwal, who's the founder of India Science Festival, and he'll be asking the audience a few questions, and it'll be nice to see engagement. He's the founder of ISF. He's the co-founder of Aspiring Minds, and he is the author of a science fiction book called The Bird Farm, which is doing really great on Amazon. So head over to Amazon and check out his book. Um, it's a very interesting take on AI in the 21st century. And yeah, make sure you check the book out. And now
Thanks,
I will.
Shruti. Hi, everyone. I thought I'll take this opportunity to interact with all of you. As you know, we had a talk scheduled by Professor Rajagopalan, but due to some emergency, he's not able to make it. Our next talk will start at 6. Uh, in the interim, I thought that you guys have come here for a talk on robotics, so we can do some Q&A on artificial intelligence. And Shruti, I'll speak a question and give some options to people. And it will be helpful if you can just make a poll with just an options A, B, C, D, where people can respond to it. So,
Okay.
I think a lot of us have been interested in artificial intelligence, and there's been a disruption in the last 10 years. So let's start by talking about what that disruption has been. And I think a lot of you would know that that disruption was a technique called deep learning. So let me ask you my first question that where did really deep learning come out of? Option A is Google. Option B is MIT. Option C is University of Toronto. And option D is Microsoft. So we are basically asking where did deep learning, the technique which has been creating a disruption in AI, came out of? Did it come out of? Shruti, do you have the options now?
Yes, it's
Oh,
up on
great.
everybody's screen now.
Yeah. So the first option was Google. The second option is MIT. The third option is University of Toronto. And the fourth option is Microsoft. And Shruti will make sure, that people who get the maximum points in these quiz get some prizes. So be enthusiastic and give your answers and be quick because, Shruti, let's have it
And the
quick.
poll. Yeah. Okay, should I share the results?
Yes.
Okay, the results are up on everybody's screen now.
Great. This was the expected answer I thought people would give. 46% saying Google, 28.6% saying MIT, 15% saying University of Toronto, and 9.5% saying Microsoft. The correct answer is University of Toronto. So few people know that deep learning actually, like all scientific disruptions, came out of a university, and this time it came out of University of Toronto by a person called Jeffrey Hinton. And the message I wanted to give to you guys through this question is that innovation happens through research in universities where professors and PhD students work together and create disruption. And then companies like Google, Microsoft, and so on exploit that disruption and bring it to our lives. Okay, let me ask you another question related to deep learning, and then we'll go into discussing a little bit of robotics as well. Uh, so, what was the first important problem which was solved by deep learning? Which this was one of the first few papers which came out, which kind of got everyone very enthusiastic. So, did it solve the problem of speech recognition? That's the first option. Speech recognition being able to automatically transcribe speech into text. Option B is, did it solve the problem of computer vision? Computer vision is about being able to see, for example, say through an image, that what are the objects in that image. C, did it solve the problem of natural language understanding? Natural language understanding is having a statement and the computer being automatically being able to explain what that statement means. And D, did it solve the problem of emotion detection in speech emotion detection? Which one of these four problems was the first one which deep learning solved and became popular because of that?
And the poll is right. The results are up on our screen.
So, uh, so interesting. Most people think it is natural language understanding followed by computer vision. The right answer is computer vision. The first problem which deep learning solved and became very famous for solving was computer vision. Before deep learning was there, techniques performed very poorly on saying how many on detecting which object is there in an image. And you can read a little more about this on the internet. The techniques were really, really bad on a simple task, which we as humans would think is a very simple task. On saying that if there's an image of a cat, that it's a cat and not a dog, and so on. Right, and interestingly, the most number of people said natural language understanding. Interestingly, the problem of natural language understanding is still unsolved. So even today, AI cannot completely understand natural language, which we humans can understand very, very easily. Okay, let me ask you another question about deep learning, and then we'll take one question about robotics. And then I'll let you guys ask any questions if you want to ask any questions about AI and robotics. I cannot promise you that I can answer all of them, but I would be able to probably answer some of them. So deep learning has one big problem with it, and what is that big problem? So it's done wonderfully good in solving a lot of problems around us, but there's one big problem with it. So let's say, and let me give you some options on what that one big problem is. Option A is it cannot work on language. Option B is you cannot interpret models which are built by deep learning. So option A is that it cannot understand language. Option B is that you cannot interpret the models it builds. Option C is that it cannot process videos. It can do images, but not videos. And option D is that it doesn't work with a lot of data. It can only process small amounts of data.
Okay, the poll should be up on your screen. And the results are up on your screens.
Yeah. So the answer which most people have chosen is can't work on languages, 34%. We can't interpret the model it builds, 25%, and doesn't process large amount of data, 22.9%. The right answer is that we can't interpret the models it builds. So deep learning works very, very well, but we really don't understand why it works, how well it works, right? And that is one of the biggest problems we are suffering with the technique. Like in humans, we can, if I ask you that, why did you say this image is an image of a cat or a dog? You can give me an explanation on saying that, oh, because of these kinds of ears and these kinds of eyes and this kind of tail and so on, do I know that it's a cat or a dog? But we really don't know why the neural network is saying something is a cat or a dog. And sometimes it is focusing on parts of image which are totally unrelated to features of a cat or a dog, right? So that is the number one problem with deep learning. Let me ask you one question about robotics, and then we can try. I'll try to take some questions in.
Yeah, why don't we have quite a few interesting questions coming in? So whenever you have time, we can ask you
Let me
to
just
answer
quickly
them.
do the robotics question, because I promised to do one on robotics, and then we can take in these questions and so on. So on robotics, I don't know if how many of you attended Rodney Brooks' interview, which we did on Sunday, and we were discussing a lot about what robots can do and cannot do today. So you guys would know that one of the applications of robots is in e-commerce, right? Basically, automatically, the dream is that you will place an order, and today there's a person who picks your order and places it to a courier company, and the courier company brings it to us. And the dream is that this whole process can be done without human intervention at all, right? So, but robots cannot do this whole process automatically. So the question is, what can robots do automatically in the e-commerce process as of today? Option A is pick up stuff. So automatically be able to pick up the stuff you have ordered. Option B is pack the stuff. So once you pick the thing up, it needs to be packed into a courier box to be sent to you. And let's keep it simple. Option C is both of these.
So the question is what it can do in the future.
What it can do, yeah.
And poll is on your screen. And the answers are up.
Yeah, so maximum people, 71% people think both of these. 19% think pick the stuff, 8% think pack the stuff. The right answer is that it can only do picking up stuff right now. So it can detect where the object is and pick it up. But packing, which needs more advanced manipulation, really picking up a box or a piece of paper and wrapping the object inside it, robots can't still do that automatically. There's still a lot to be done in research. And if one of you guys can maybe build that algorithm, it would take a lot of years. That's a very interesting problem, even if you can build a prototype to solve it. Okay, now let me, Shruti, through these polls, I hope you are able to find out who got the most number of answers correctly and make sure the winners get a prize. Let me look at some questions here and see if I can answer. So
Sounds good. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a very interesting question here where someone says AI needs to learn from past data. What about situations it is exposed to for the first time? Humans can be creative and handle totally novel issues they face for the first time. Yes, AI cannot handle totally new and novel data. It is limited to today, as on today, being able to answer questions based on the kind of data and patterns it has seen before. And for this reason, when COVID hit the world, a lot of AI models started malfunctioning because they were built for a world where there was no COVID and the human behavior was very different, right? All of us were behaving very differently on whether we were, how we were going to office, whether we are going to office or not, or school or not, how much time we were spending on on TV, on internet, with our family, and so on. So AI, as of today, there is some work which has been there about creativity. So it's not that AI cannot be creative at all. You can also look at some stuff done using genetic programming. There's some interesting stuff with Love Varshney did and at IBM Research Labs. But it has to be mostly on data, the kind of data we have seen. But look at some of this stuff where AI has been inventive using genetic programming and evolutionary computation. There's some work also by a professor called Hod Lipson from University of Berkeley, which is out there. What do you think about Boston Dynamics? Boston Dynamics is built amazing robots, which 10 years back we couldn't think that such robots could be built. The way they can do locomotion, if you do different kind of terrains, and also if you kick them, they can come up back. We just couldn't do it uh, before. But remember, one of the hardest problems in robotics is manipulation of objects, which I was just talking to you guys about, like picking up a glass and pouring that glass, or packing something. So I don't think Boston Dynamics has also cracked that problem. What they have really, really done well is the locomotion part and some of the manipulation tasks. But manipulation largely still remains an open problem. And I'll add the caveat that I'm not an expert on Boston Dynamic robots, but this is what I have learned uh, by having a cursory look at it. Okay, how could we have to improve AI to increase their use? How could we have to improve AI to increase their use in scientific research? I'm not sure what the question means, but one thing which is very interesting, which I'd like to share with you guys, is that AI has also started making impacts on the research process itself. So it can dig into literature and do things like drug discovery now, and see what molecules have been published in literature to, for example, treat similar diseases, or is known to act on certain genes, which expression creates a disease and not. So there's a whole new branch where the AI itself is acting like a researcher and doing scientific research and can come to the aid of researchers. Another question here is artificial general intelligence, right? So what artificial general intelligence is that machines can do what we humans can do very easily. Today, machines can do very narrow tasks well, like handwriting recognition or speech recognition and so on. But us humans can do open-ended tasks very, very well, right? Creative and open-ended tasks and broad tasks very, very well. Machines can't do it right now. To get the answer of this question, everyone has their view on artificial general intelligence. My view is that we still don't know how to do it. It might be 50 years away, or 100 years away, or 200 years away. The current state of art, we don't understand how it will solve artificial general intelligence. Many times we don't even know how to pose the question of AGI scientifically. Let's answer it. But I would also recommend people to hear to the interview I did with Rodney Brooks on last Sunday. It is there on YouTube, where we discussed this question quite a bit in detail. There's a question about swarm robotics, which I'm not an expert on, so I'll not be able to answer that.
Varun, I think there's one interesting question on a detailed explanation of deep learning. So you've spoken a lot about it in your talks, and in fact, it was, one of the main topics of discussion with Rodney Brooks also. So if you had to explain deep learning to our audience in simplified terms, how would you go about it?
So unfortunately, there's no simple way of explaining deep learning. And there's a lot of controversy about it, but it is basically, and that goes to the fact back that we really don't understand why deep learning works. So all we know is that we build a network with certain activation functions, and it's a multi-layered neural network. Earlier, we used to have single-layered neural networks. Now we have multi-layered neural networks and a huge plethora of architectures for it, and we use stochastic backpropagation to train these deep neural networks, and it works magically. So there's really, I can't give you an intuition of how deep learning works. Some people think it mimics the brain, and there's been some work which shows that if you try to look at the computer vision problem and see how different parts of the network are behaving, they mimic how different parts of the brain behave in processing images. But it's highly controversial. There's nothing which is accepted today. So you would have to go, I think deep learning is an empirical science. It is not a theoretical science. So the best way to learn deep learning is to actually try to build these networks. And there's plenty of open source code out there, and try it on problems which you like. And I'll take one last question, Shruti, and then I think you can move to your next event. Is that whether robotics will have a lot of impact in the coming years? Yes, I think the next 2 decades will be the decades of robotics, where a lot of what has been sitting in the lab we'll start seeing them being used in businesses around us, in e-commerce, in restaurants, in all sorts of things what humans are doing. So there are a lot of unsolved problems, but there are a lot of things where robots can create a lot more automation, especially in the industry, right? And that is something which India should think about quite a bit, because we still need to build a lot of our robotics ecosystem and get those experts. And as the industry in the whole world gets mechanized, like if you look at China, Korea, and Taiwan, a very large part of their industry is now roboticized, whereas it's not happened at that pace in India. And that is something which we all should put efforts together to make it happen.
Right. Thanks so much for taking the time out for doing this impromptu session. I think we can now move on to our next talk. And again, I'm very, very happy to announce that our first science fiction writing competition brought in a lot of entries. And we have another finalist, Manu, who has joined us and is going to be telling us the story that he has written. Manu, thanks for joining us. After Manu, we will have a science fiction poem by Kuljit. And at 6:15, we will be starting with Dr. Dimitra Atri's talk on what makes planets habitable. So stay tuned, and Manu, over to you.
Hello, my name is Manu Priyadarshi, and today I'm going to narrate my story, The Comedy of Error. Uh, okay. I miss that laughter, the real one. The men with their aluminium bowls with silver coins fluttered around the car as it auto produced screeches. It made their ears ring. They covered their ears and rolled back. Today, almost every car comes with auto screech feature. Nobody wants their car to be touched by their smudged clothes. I felt sorry for them. I always do. I made the screeches stop and lowered my windshield. The beggars then returned, mumbling blessings for me and my family. I gave them some notes and coins. Uh, they one by one took it in their bowls. I moved. I knew as soon as I drove, their mouths would talk filth for us. My wife looked at me, giving them money. Fruitless charity, she says. I agree with her, but I still do it anyways. My daughter, since a long time, was demanding a visit to comedy clubs. I decided that I should better take her now. I kinda detest family fights. I parked the car and went towards the tickets. We were a bit late, too much office work. This hustle culture would kill me. Fortunately, the machines needed a boot up, so the show had not started. We entered the hall. It was dark, cold, and filled. We took our seats and wore the helmets, metal, neon lighted, wireless headsets that looked more like scooter helmets. They were a bit tight, but everyone had to wear it for the show. All the helmets in a sudden made a long, melodious beep, and everybody, including me, was put to a trance like sleep. Then it started. I mean, I didn't see the comedian starting up because I was asleep, but it must have started. We started laughing. Since we chose intellectual comedy, we were laughing like sane people. But those who chose slapstick jokes were laughing a maniac's laughter. Those who chose metaphysical jokes were giving us out slight smiles. I didn't actually see these people laugh because, as I've told you, I was myself asleep and laughing. But that's usually how people laugh at genre-specific jokes. Ever since the comedian came, people preferred it more. The comedians were machine that could create simulations by sending artificial messages to the frontal lobe of the brain and then to the cerebral cortex. They even tricked the brain into releasing dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins. I do not know brain science. All of this is written on an instruction booklet. Plus, to double check that the user laughs, they also release. Wait a second. Sorry. Yes. They also release nitrous oxide laughing gas. After the comedian came into the market, there were protests all over, but only the audience can decide the fate of the artist. And since comedian cost less and was more effective, they did. It was disappointing. Some even say that there were some powerful mouths involved in promoting the machine. You see, stand up comedians and politics never went well together. Of course, politicians would prefer a facade making machine than immature individuals who criticize and comment. Some said it, but everyone knew. The show got over, and laughter lingered. Reality losing from hyperreality. Baudrillard's nightmare. My wife and daughter wanted to stay for one more show. They selected this time offensive jokes. I do not know what kids are into these days. I had enough comedy for the day, so I went out for a walk. There's no time nowadays. Run and work and work. I work in IT. When I was small, I thought that all technical works would be carried out by robots. They are flawless, accurate, and don't go for toilet breaks 24 times a day. Some companies tried to do so, but they soon realized that since the majority of jobs are technical jobs, replacing would mean the collapse of any economy or any political system. So they dropped it. Instead, they aimed for artists. I was meandering by the street, but then I heard a laugh, a very slow sound of crowd laughing. It was coming from a narrow alley. I strolled towards it. The alley was tarnished, cans, rotten food all over it. The the alley diverged left and right. I went, and in the straight right, I saw people in grubby clothing sitting as an audience, and a man with shaggy sweater doing stand-up comedy. His face was dull and had black sprinkled over it. The jokes were bleak. Most of them made fun of the comedian. He said, "Okay, so this one time that goddamn tin machine got fused and blasted. Guess what the show was called?" He paused for a while. The comedy of error. They gave a dead laughter. It was not dead, it was zombie laughter, without a soul, without hope. He made a couple more jokes, all were unfunny and aimed at the machines. Boring. I stood still. I stood till the show was over. All of them, after giving a small clap, adjourned. They saw me, noticed my fine clothes, and gave me an angry or agonizing look. I felt insecure. I was then approached by the stand up guy. Sir, I'm very honored that a man like you came to see my work. Was it any good? I was never going to tell him the truth. Yes, I enjoyed it. To tell you the truth, I was a bit curious about him. So I asked, would you mind if I ask you what was all this? He smiled and then looked up at the sky. I was a comedian, quite a popular one when all this crap did not happen. I am now a part of a rebel community, comedy community. We do shows for free to make people aware and try to bring them back to our side. There was sheer exhaustion in his voice, like was done of trying and now only wanted to sleep. Why would no one come to the shows? I asked. He took a heavy breath and answered, because we don't write jokes by researching psychology. We don't make you laugh by electrical transmission. We make you laugh by experience. Not all of our jokes work. Some may offend you, some may make you uncomfortable. We don't work by genres. We plus we do not make annoying beep noises. I then decided to walk back but stayed for the last question. Wait a sec. You told me that you do these shows for free. Yes. So how do you actually earn? I do a job no robot in the history of human civilization could replace. What? He took out an aluminium bowl from his pouch. I laughed. For real this time. Thank you.
Thanks, Manu. That was really great. Felt very, very natural as you went through the entire story. Thanks so much for reading your story and sharing it with all our attendees.
Thank
I
you.
would now like to invite Kuljit, our second finalist, who will be reading out her poem. Hi, Kuljit. Thank you for joining us.
Hello everyone. So let me share my screen. So can you people see this?
Yeah, we can all see your screen.
So hello everyone. My name is Kuljeet Kaur and I'm final year student studying aerospace engineering. So the title of my poem is Space for Everyone. Yes, I love to get lost in the space. Thoughts of black holes, wormholes, and concepts of dark matter, and mesmerizing glimpse of endless vacuum stuffed with dust, celestial bodies, and cosmic rays spellbound me. My hairs, woven in a braid, are shining in polar lights, and my deep Asian eyes, amazed by cosmic perfections, proudly become evident of spacecrafts just about to launch. Three, two, one. Here I am in a parallel universe, and I wonder how will the smell of cryogenic fuel be like? Oops, again ended up setting my poha on flame. Who am I? Typical Indian girl, dressed in shalwar kameez, rolling chapatis with belan. But my thoughts are trying to adjust in world of curiosity. And I believe space for everyone. Yes, there should be at least. Stars are not mere fragments of glitter for me. Sky is calendar, full of anecdotes. See with eyes of knowledge? It's full of mysteries that are awaiting to be understood. Stuck in my thoughts, I am about to cross the lane of my house, and my aunt shouted out from nowhere, "Why are you walking so bluntly? Have some shame, bow down your head, kowtow, and walk like girls do." I startled. Of course, I experienced space sickness, and but all I knew was space for everyone. And I'm still moving towards endless space, where there are more Kalpanas, more Valentina Tereshkovas, more Sally Rides, smiling on media questions like, "Will you cry if things go wrong?" So that's it, guys. This was my poem, Space for Everyone. And I would like to discuss the theme of my poem. The theme of my poem is the space through eyes of Indian girl, especially the one who is from rural areas like me, because that this is the theme thing which I am, which is I am from, where I do belong from. And after observing the girls of my age and our surroundings, there are a lot more boundaries. Really, there are. And the idea of space for everyone is practically not feasible in such areas. And I think my journey of convincing my parents to let me do a bachelor's in aerospace has also inspired me to write this poem named Space for Everyone. Thank you.
Sanjay, that was lovely. Thank you so much for sharing the entire poem with us, and also the context with which you've written it. I think you speak for a lot of girls in India, and you've really spoken very well. So thank you so much for joining us and sharing your dreams and aspirations with all of us. And here's hoping you get to really explore space the way you wish to, and all the best for everything ahead. Thank you so much for
Thank you
participating
so much.
in our competition. And
Thank you.
with that, we have now come to the end of our our Spin Your Science fiction writing competition finalists. We listened to 4 finalists today, and they were all really great. And Kuljit, can I please request you to stop sharing your screen, so then we can take it ahead from here. And now for one of the most exciting talks that everybody's been asking us about. I'm really, really happy to introduce Dr. Dimitra Atri from NYUAD, who is a research scientist for space science. He's an astrophysicist interested in exoplanetary atmospheres, star planet interactions, Mars, planetary habitability, and space weather. It gives me great pleasure in welcoming Dr. Dimitra Atri. Thank you so much for taking the time out and being a part of our festival, sir. It is an absolute pleasure to have you on board.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for organizing this wonderful event, and thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be a part of it. So let me start sharing my screen.
Yeah, before the talk begins now, I would just like to tell all our attendees that they can take screen grabs of the events that are going on, put them up on Twitter, and you can tell us what you like the best about these events. And the best tweets get exciting prizes. Dr. Ratri is also active on Twitter, so tag him, tag India Science Festival, and tell us what you thought about the session. And at the end of Dr. Atri's session, we will be taking questions, so make sure you put in your questions for Dr. Atri in the Q&A tab. And now, sir, over to you.
All right, thanks again. So I will be talking about life beyond Earth, what makes a planet habitable. So I am Dimitra. I'm from the Center for Space Science at New York University in Abu Dhabi. So in case you were wondering how come New York University is in Abu Dhabi, 10 years ago NYU became a global campus. And in addition to campus in New York, it now has a full campus in Abu Dhabi and Shanghai. So 3 degree granting campuses, 1 university. And the interesting thing is that the 3 countries where the campuses are located, all 3 have missions going to Mars right now. So UAE has the HOPE mission, US has the Mars 2020 Perseverance, and China Tianwen-1 mission. They're all on the way to Mars, and they will be inserted to the Martian orbit in about a month from now in February. I will come back to Mars later on. So let us start with planets. Here is a slide showing our solar system. Some of you might be upset that Pluto is not here. There are 2 types of planets that we see in our solar system. One is called terrestrial planets or rocky planets, such as Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, where it has a surface, you can go and stand there. And the others are gas giants. And as the name suggests, these are giant planets full of gas, mostly made of hydrogen. We also live in a galaxy. This is the Milky Way galaxy. That is our location right over there. There are estimated 100 billion stars. This is a conservative estimate. And based on the human population right now, just to give you an idea, it is around 14 stars per human being on the planet. The nearest star is about 4 light years away from us, which means that it takes light 4 years for that star, for light to travel between the two stars. And this is typically the distance between any two stars in our galaxy. Now the question is, are there planets around other stars? Because there are so many stars in the galaxy. And this question was unresolved until the 90s. So the planets beyond the solar system are called extrasolar planets or exoplanets. And because this is India Science Festival, let us start with India. That the first claim of exoplanet detection came from India in 1855, when William Stephen Jacob at Madras Observatory, he saw a binary system. So binary system are two stars close to each other, and their orbit was very unusual, and he thought this is because of the presence of a planet. It would disrupt the gravitational potential, and so he claimed that there is a planet there, and it got a lot of attention at that time. But later on we came to know that there were uncertainties, there were shortcomings with these observations, and that's why this detection was a false positive. It was discarded. Much later in the 90s, in 1992, there were 2 planets. So this is the first ever detection of 2 planets beyond the solar system around a pulsar. And the pulsar is basically the leftover. So when the heavy stars die off, they compact star which emits high energetic radiation pulses. Around that kind of a star, these 2 planets were orbiting. So that was in 92. And then in 95, it was the first ever detection of an exoplanet around a sun-like star, so a G-type star. And as you all know, in 2019, these 2 gentlemen on the right got the Nobel Prize in Physics for the discovery of an exoplanet orbiting a solar-type star. And since then, since 1995, this field has exploded. So how do we actually detect exoplanets? So let me give you an example of an eclipse, a solar eclipse. So imagine you're seeing a solar eclipse. This is an imagination, so you don't have to wear eye protection. When the moon slowly starts covering the sun, the brightness around us goes down. And if it is a full eclipse, the brightness then comes all the way down. And as the moon again starts moving away, the brightness goes up full back to normal. Same thing happens with when you're observing a star with a telescope. If there is a planet in front of it, it will cast a shadow, so to speak, and the intensity of light that we receive will go down. And as you can see, as a function of time, the brightness that we see from that star is going to go down. So even though we don't directly observe the planet, based on this, you can figure out that there is a planet around it. You can find the period and many other properties of this star-planet system based on this. This is called the transit method. Now, there are several other methods of exoplanet detection, which I will not go into right now. So there are ground-based observatories dedicated to detecting exoplanets. 2 main ones which have detected hundreds of exoplanets, so Super WASP and HARPS. So WASP is wide angle search for planets. It's an international collaboration performing an ultra wide angle search for exoplanets using this transit method. The other one is based in Chile in ESO's 3.6 meter telescope. It is called HARPS, and both of them, as I said, have detected hundreds of exoplanets. But these are not the main contributors to the field of exoplanets. It is actually the space missions, and two in particular, NASA's Kepler and TESS. So Kepler mission, even though it has been decommissioned, it is a recent mission, and in less than 10 years, it was able to detect more than 2,600 exoplanets. So highly successful mission. TESS, which is Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite, it has detected 2,400 exoplanets in less than 3 years. 91 have been confirmed so far, and this number is growing. So soon we'll have hundreds of thousands of exoplanets. So far, we have about 4,000 planets. So since the 90s, as I said, the field has exploded. So this is absolutely mind-blowing. So these planets are basically in three categories. The first two are what we see in our solar system, terrestrial and gas giants, as I said earlier. But there is a third category which is not seen in the solar system, but it's widely seen in exoplanets. And these are planets in between the two. These are called super Earths or sub-Neptunes. So they have a mass in between terrestrial planets and gas giants. So this was something new that people saw when researching exoplanets that you don't see in the solar system. This is one example. You have, this is the Kepler 90 system. It has 8 planets, so just like our solar system, it has 8 planets. It is 2,840 light years away. And in the bottom, you can see that our solar system is there, just so that you have an idea of the scale of these planets, although the distances are not to scale. These planets, if you see that the Kepler 90, which is the furthest planet, this giant, which is bigger even than Jupiter, it is at 1 AU. 1 AU is the distance between the sun and Earth, which means that this entire solar system can be compressed within the Earth's orbit. So it is so small. And it is small because it is, I'll get into more details on why it is so small and so forth. But now we can see such systems. So now the question is, we have seen exoplanets, like our solar system, but are there any habitable exoplanets? So what is habitable? Just dictionary definition is suitable or good enough to live in. And the definition of planetary habitability is the ability of a planet to harbor life. And I put an asterisk there because life as we know it. So because there is only one planet that we know contains life. And so we make estimates based on our kind of life. There is a possibility that there could be some other kind of life, silicon-based life or something else, but we don't know how it would function, so we cannot make estimates based on that. So this is what we have to keep in mind, that we have to talk about life as we know it. Now, this is the main concept that you have to learn today, which is the concept of planetary habitability. On the vertical axis, you see different types of stars, dim, smaller stars in the lower part going up to massive, bright stars. On the horizontal axis, you have the distance from the star. So the basic idea is, suppose you have a planet with water on its surface. If the planet is too close to the star, then it is going to be extremely hot and everything is going to evaporate. If the planet is far away from the star, then it is going to be completely frozen. So there is a zone, an optimum zone, where the planet would be able to sustain liquid water, and that is called the habitable zone around that star. And as you can see that for brighter stars, that habitable zone have to be away because of the heat. For dimmer star, that habitable zone is very, very close. And since most stars in our galaxy, they are dim, very small stars, so the habitable zones are very, very close to those stars. And I will talk about it later on. And as you can see, because we have made this definition of habitable zone based on the Earth, Earth lies right in the middle of this habitable zone, and Venus and Mars are slightly outside the habitable zone. Now there are a number of potentially habitable planets, potentially because we don't know for sure that there is life on it. There are about 60 so far. One is Mars size, 23 are Earth size, 36 are in the third category, which is super Earth or mini Neptune. Here you can see on the right, just for scale, you have Earth, Mars, Neptune, and Jupiter. On the left, you have different planets ranked by distance from the Earth in light years. So Proxima b is just 4.2 light years away from us, going all the way to Kepler 442b, which is 1194 light years. So we understand a lot about these planets, but we want to understand more. And this is very exciting. Like 20 years ago, nobody could have imagined that we would have this kind of information available to us. This is the TRAPPIST-1 system, very exciting system. Now it is 40 light years away, so not very far within on galactic scales. It's very, very close to us. It has 7 planets, and out of them, 4 of these planets are within the habitable zone. So if you see this TRAPPIST-1 system, it's again a very small star. You have all these planets. And if you see below, for scale, the solar system is shown. Both are shown together as if they are of the same size, but this TRAPPIST-1 system is enlarged by 25 times so that you can compare it. If you see below in the inner solar system, you see this tiny blue whitish color ellipse. This is where this entire system can be fit in. So within the orbit of Mercury, so close to the host star, this entire TRAPPIST system is located. And as you can see, 4 of these planets lie within the habitable zone. For comparison, if you see on the top, the Jupiter system is shown that even the Jupiter system, its moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, they have a much larger orbit. Proxima b is another potentially habitable planet. It is only 4.2 light years away. You see on the left, it shows the sun, the size of the sun. On the right, that dot, that is the size of Proxima Centauri star. On the left, you have Mercury's orbit. On the right, you have the orbit of Proxima b, and this green is the habitable zone. Because it is so close to the host star, it has a period of about 11 days. The mass of the planet is very similar to the Earth, 1.27 Earth masses. And we'll learn more about it. All right. So now the question is, we detected exoplanets. We have detected habitable exoplanets, potentially habitable exoplanets. Now there are any other factors that impact planetary habitability. So let me illustrate with an example. So let us say you want to travel after COVID, obviously you want to travel. I show you the weather of this place. It looks like pretty good. 16 degrees, so a little bit cold, but very moderate temperature. And you would say, yeah, definitely I would like to go to this place. But what if I were to tell you that this place is Fukushima, Japan? So the weather is great, but the radiation level is extremely high. So the point I'm trying to make is that in addition to being a planet with liquid water down its surface and so on, having a good moderate climate, we also have to take into account the high energy astrophysical environment. So what kind of radiation it is exposed to. And the biggest source of radiation, of course, is the stars. In this case, you see the sun. This is an eruption from the sun. And you can see for scale, the size of our planet. So this is the scale of these eruptions. So these type of eruptions that occur in the sun, they are generally categorized or defined as space weather. And it consists of a number of things: solar winds, energetic particles emanating from the sun; flares are high energy ultraviolet radiation; CMEs are hot plasma ejected from the sun; and then you have SPEs, which are energetic protons ejected from the sun. Now, overall, this space weather is a very complex thing. Sun is highly active. So it involves many types of activities happening on the sun, how that radiation travels through interplanetary space, how it interacts with the Earth's magnetic field, how it interacts with the Earth's atmosphere, and so on. And so I will not go into too much into details, but let me just give you one example. Now, our sun, although it is active, we are protected by a magnetic field which shields us. We are protected by an ozone layer which shields from ultraviolet radiation. Plus, our atmosphere is significantly thick, which is also a shield. So that is why on a day-to-day level, we never talk about solar variability, right? But there are events that happen on the time scale of once in a century, which can disrupt our civilization. So in 1859, this event, very well-known Carrington event, the latest technology at that time was telegraph machines, and there was so much charge dumped in the atmosphere that paper connected to telegraph wires caught fire. There were auroras or northern lights observed in places near the equator. And there were reports of people out in the streets at 1 o'clock at night being able to read newspapers and books, things like that. So it was so powerful. Now, if it were to occur now, it is going to disrupt a lot of things such as aviation, satellites, power grids. There was an event recently, not so recent, a few years ago, where Canada's power grid was disrupted because of a solar event. But there is still a risk of a major event. And just before leaving office, President Obama signed an executive order to prepare the US from if such an event were to occur. And the idea is that it is going to cause major worldwide disruptions, social and economic impacts. And just in the US, the damage could be up to $2.6 trillion. And I think other countries, including India, should also work in this direction. We are in the middle of a global crisis, and we don't want another crisis to disrupt our lives. Moving on, let me once again give you an example of Proxima b. So I told you about Proxima b, how it is so close to the host star. Its orbit is at 0.5 AU, which means just 5% of the distance between Sun and Earth. It is very, very close, which means that it receives radiation 400 times higher than what we receive on Earth. So imagine a Carrington type event occurring, let us say, once a century, 400 times stronger occurring on Proxima b. Like, what is going to happen? And so there are a number of effects, number of planetary effects of space weather. First of all, this energetic radiation changes the chemistry of that planet. So the radiation is so high. So for example, on Earth, it can break nitrogen and oxygen bonds. It can deplete ozone layer and so on. This can also happen on other planets. This radiation is so powerful that it can gradually erode the atmosphere. So over a period of time, you'll see the atmospheric thickness going lower and lower. and you have radiation dose on the surface is going to be extremely high. So even if you have life forms on the surface, they are going to experience things such as cancer and so on. And so on the right, you see such processes, all these processes on Mars. It's a very complex thing. I won't go into, but just to give you an idea that it's a very complex thing. And we use Mars to study these things and then apply on extrasolar planets. So overall, habitability is not just having right distance from the star, but you also have to consider these things such as the astrophysical radiation environment, because it governs the properties of the key properties of the planet, such as atmospheric thickness and so on, and it impacts life on the planet. And so this is where my research focus is mostly. Now from exoplanets, let me move to solar system planets. And as I told you, that one of the biggest questions is, how did Mars lose a majority of its atmosphere? Now it is very well established that Mars had liquid water on its surface a few billion years ago, which means it was potentially habitable. So we had not one, but two habitable planets potentially a few billion years ago in the solar system. Now the question is, how did it become such a dry and dead place now? At least there is no life on the surface detected so far. And so we have to understand these processes in great detail. And a number of missions, in particular NASA's MAVEN mission, has measured these things in great detail. How did Mars, because of space weather interactions, lose its atmosphere? So let me show you a quick film, a 1-minute film on how this thing occurs. So as you saw, this MAVEN mission is currently orbiting Mars. It can measure both incident radiation coming from the sun plus the response of the Martian atmosphere, and it has been a great tool. And as you can see, there have been so many missions, including India's Mangalyaan, plus 3 missions en route to the planet, which are going to answer this question in greater detail. Now, next year, there is a very exciting mission called the ExoMars mission by European Space Agency and Roscosmos. And this will be the first time where they will be able to drill 2 meters deep below the surface of Mars and look for signs of life, whether there is life, where there was life in the past, and so on. So this is very exciting. It has never been done before. And that will give us a complete picture of the habitability of Mars. Now, I'm pretty sure every one of you would have heard about the phosphine detection on Venus. So phosphine gas was recently detected on Venus. It's a biosignature gas, which means that we know that biology produces it. Now, there were 2 groups after this who came up and said that they did the analysis on their own and they did not detect any signature of phosphine on Venus. The original group then again gave more proof, more data on how they have detected Venus. And so this is still controversial, but it's still a very interesting idea, which is worth exploring. There are 2 main unanswered questions, which are, First of all, we don't exactly understand how biology produces phosphine. We know it produces, but the exact mechanism is not known. The other one is that even though Venus is so close, it is so hot and dense, and there haven't been that many missions, that the atmospheric chemistry of Venus is not well understood. So we don't know whether this phosphine is produced naturally through some geological or some other process, or is biology responsible for it. And with more observations, with future missions, we learn more whether this is, just a regular atmospheric phenomenon or something more interesting. Then Jupiter's moon Europa. This is very interesting. It's an icy moon. It has a crust of ice. Below that crust, you have a layer. It is believed that it has a layer of liquid water. So you have ocean. And because of Jupiter's gravity, it has tidal interactions. Because of that, it has heat produced. And this heat is hydrothermal heat. And the idea is that because of this hydrothermal energy, like we have seen on Earth, life could be supported on it. So this is just an overview of what we know about habitability on exoplanets within our solar system. Just to give you an overview, I can go on and on, but we don't have enough time. So to summarize, our what makes a planet habitable? So if you haven't listened to me at all, you just woken up, this is what you need to understand, that our safest bet is that, hey, if you find a planet anywhere else with ocean on it, then definitely it is very exciting, and that is potentially a habitable planet. Progress has been made to better understand the properties of these planetary systems, star-planet interactions, biology in its extreme conditions, if there is any microbial life in the solar system, how to detect it, and so on. We are learning from solar system planets a lot. We are learning from exoplanets, and we are combining the two things. That is my focus of research. We are yet to find microbial life in the solar system. It could exist. And what is missing is detection of life beyond Earth. So even if we have one data point, that is going to solve a lot of these mysteries. So with that, thanks a lot. If you have any questions, you can email me, you can follow me on Twitter and so on. So thank you so much. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atri. That was really wonderful. And I think one great thing about your lecture was that it covered a very good variety of topics. And, the very quick summary that you brought to the table at the very end was definitely encapsulated everything very well. So thank you for doing this for us. So now we've received a bunch of questions, and I'm going to start asking you right away. Let me begin with the first question. It says, in the TRAPPIST system, are the planets in the habitable zone tidally locked?
Yeah, so tidal locking is when the planets are very, very close to the star. So for example, let me just give you an example of Earth and Moon. So Moon is so close to us, it is tidally locked, which means that one side is always facing us. So from our point of view, we just see our side, and TRAPPIST-1 system planets, because they are so close, they are tidally locked.
Okay, great. So let's move on to the next question. Um, so we've been asked if there are any books for students in schools and colleges that you would like to recommend that have personally inspired you in in astrophysics, astronomy in general. If you have a few names that you could just think of offhand, we'll put them in the chat box, and maybe everybody can refer to them.
Okay, I actually grew up reading a lot of books by Jayant Narlikar, and yeah, that was because in my childhood, uh, other books were not available, and so Narlikar was the one to go with. Now there are a lot of books available to us. People can order online, and I'll just I think I'll put some links in the chat box so that students can
That
refer to
sounds
them.
great.
And
Yeah,
there are tons
that'd
of
be great.
resources available online now. So even though they are not proper books, but professors post their lectures online and things like that. So they are extremely useful for students and things like that.
Okay, sounds great. We look forward to the links in the chat box. So we have received one question that says, how does the Goldilocks zone affect the habitability of planets?
Okay, so this Goldilocks zone is this optimum zone, and this is called the habitable zone. And so a planet within this Goldilocks zone or habitable zone is potentially able to sustain liquid water on its surface, if indeed it has liquid water. If it does, suppose it doesn't even have an atmosphere, then obviously it cannot sustain liquid water. So it needs to have certain planetary properties along with it being in this zone to have liquid water on its surface.
Okay, sounds good. Sarita asks, if there is a chance of habitability, how would humans migrate to other planets?
Okay, so yeah, transporting human beings to another planet is extremely difficult. Now imagine, let us say you are doing a road trip, let us say for a weekend, how much things you pack. Imagine you're doing a road trip for 1 month or 1 year, you know, how many things you need to carry. And so people, when they have to go to another planet, they have to not only carry with them food, water, things like that, but medicines, plus all the other tools required to maintain habitable conditions, maintain their health, and so on. So it is logistically a nightmare. We have seen in case of the International Space Station, which is only 400 kilometers away from us. Like, it is in space, but it is only 400 kilometers away from us. And over several decades, we have seen that it has been built from, you know, piece by piece. And there are plans for people going back to the moon. NASA has this Artemis program. A number of countries have signed for it, and so that will tell us more about you know, how to establish a base on another planetary object. The next destination is Mars, which is extremely difficult because a round trip to Mars is of the order of, you know, 3 years, and so it's extremely challenging. So right now, moving humanity to, you know, another planet is sort of science fiction at this moment. And hopefully yeah, future generations can yeah, experience more practical things.
No, definitely, very insightful. Okay, so the next question that we have is, you already mentioned a little bit of this in your lecture, but the question is, since Proxima b is only a few light years away, uh, significant research has been done over it for the past few decades, and what are the findings that have been done, if you could please summarize with respect to the Proxima b?
Yeah, so Proxima b, the star itself, is very well studied. The planet was detected only a few years ago, and so there is not a lot of history about the planet available. Now the thing is, this planet is so small, as I mentioned, that it is only 1.27 times the mass of the Earth. It is extremely difficult to observe it. There have been some observations made available to us. We know about activity of the star, so there have been flares detected on this star. And so we have, I would say, very limited knowledge about this system so far, given its proximity. But people are now gearing towards dedicated observations, dedicated missions, so that they can study Proxima b system in greater detail.
The next question would be, what do you think about the habitability of Titan? There are liquid lakes and it has some sort of an atmosphere. So, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I actually wanted to include Titan, but then just for the sake of time, I had to remove it. But yes, Titan is definitely also one of the prime places where life could exist. It has lakes, it has organic substances, so definitely it is a place where microbial life could survive or thrive. And there are missions currently in planning where people are thinking of going there and looking for signs of life. And so, yeah, definitely very exciting place.
Here's hoping that research tells us more about Titan and habitability in the coming few years.
Yeah.
So, do you think that the possibility of the possibility of life on an exoplanet, will life have different genetic makeup in terms of life on other exoplanets? Will the genetic makeup be different?
We don't know anything about it. So now there are two possibilities. One possibility is just based on common sense that we see this building blocks of life, these amino acids, all these organic substances in space, even in comets, meteorites, and so on. And from that, our life has evolved. And so one argument is that if there is life elsewhere, it is most likely going to be something similar. Another argument is that it could be completely different, and it could be something silicon based on the physical conditions on that planet. Um, Maybe this type of chemistry that we see is not suitable at all. Maybe some other type of chemistry is suitable, and there is no way actually to tell without actually detecting a life. And there are models, people have done calculations, people have done simulations with silicon based life and so on, but without a detection there is no way to tell.
Very succinct and to the point, Dr. Atri. That was definitely insightful. Okay, the next question is again got to do with Proxima Centauri. It says recently astronomers received a radio wave emission that seems to have come from the nearby star. What is the method to confirm that wave emission?
Okay, so yeah, so generally, so this program called SETI, Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. So I deliberately did not include intelligent life in my seminar because it is another topic. So this SETI program has been going on for decades now, and the idea is that if there is an intelligent life form capable of, establishing technology, capable of developing radio technology, then we should be able to detect the signature. While most, like any kind of natural radio signature is broadband, which means it is spread over a number of frequencies.
Yeah.
Artificial signals are focused to single frequency. For example, in radio, you have to tune it to a particular frequency to listen to the radio station. And so this program using radio telescopes has been searching for such signals. And every once in a while, people detect unusual signals, and it is, I think, immature to jump to the conclusion that it is coming from an extraterrestrial civilization. Most likely it is because of some terrestrial contamination. For example, there are numerous cases where even recent case where even the microwave that is used in offices to heat food, that generates radio signals, and that was detected, and people thought that it is coming from elsewhere. And so one has to carefully go through a thorough investigation of all the possible sources. And once everything is ruled out, then if the signal still persists, then definitely it is an extraterrestrial signal. And that would be indeed very exciting, although I would say the probability of it happening is extremely low.
All
I mean,
right.
it could happen, but yeah.
Yeah. No, but as you have rightly brought out, there is a lot more research that needs to be done before we can actually start giving concrete statements into for all the non-specialist audience members that are sitting here. Only research can tell us concrete statements and it's just a matter of a few years till we find something uh, to talk about in the whole space of extraterrestrial intelligence. And I would like to ask you one last question, sir, and this has to do with I do believe that you are involved in a lot of public engagement events as part of your work with the Blue Marble Space Institute of Science. So my question to you would be, how important do you think events like India Science Festival or other public engagement platforms are to, communicate credible science to the masses? What is your take on this?
Oh, extremely important. I think because we live in a science age, like you get up in the morning, you see your cell phone, right? Just see how much science and technology goes into that. I mean, somebody can write a book into, how technologically dependent society we live in. And this is driven by fundamental research going on for centuries. And we should all be educated about this. We should all be aware of it, so that even in day-to-day life, if you are not a scientist, if you are in some other profession, you take scientifically informed decisions, especially if you are a politician and if you control these things, then definitely science education plays a major role. I mentioned Jayant Larlikar earlier. I knew about his work because he was writing, all these popular books, so that as a child I could understand such a complex subject such as astrophysics. So this is extremely important, and I encourage all scientists to do it. I encourage everyone, all children, students, everyone to be informed. This is not only exciting just for the sake of science, but for personal growth and overall outlook towards life.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really inspiring. And like you rightly brought out, it's imperative for scientists, researchers, students, everybody to collaborate in one platform and come together and discuss science, because in the end it's not just about science, it's all about how science is taking ahead society. So thank you so much for being a part of this session, Dr. Atri. It was an absolute pleasure having you on board. Thank you for patiently answering so many of our attendees questions. I will now want to introduce uh, Danish Contractor, who is the finalist of our Talk Your Thesis competition. He is going to be presenting his thesis in 10 minutes. And at the end of his thesis, we will be starting with Professor Sanjay Sarma's talk. He's from MIT, and we're very, very excited about his talk too. So stay tuned. Danish, over to you.
Thank you. I just wanted to check you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for joining. My name is Danish Contractor, and I'm a part-time PhD student at IIT Delhi. I'll be presenting my thesis in 10 minutes, answering recommendation and comparison questions. 11 years ago, right, I was planning this trip from Bangalore to Delhi by road. I was living in Bangalore and moving to Delhi, and I decided to drive through the length of India. And that involves stopping at a lot of locations. Now, planning this trip was pretty time consuming because I had to figure out where to stay. I had to figure out what I wanted to do in each place. I had to figure out where to eat, and a lot of these sorts of questions. And imagine, what would any of us do? We would fire queries on web search, tools like Google or Bing or whatever, But if I fired a big question like this, right, where I'm saying that I'm traveling with my friends from Bangalore to Delhi and I want to stop at multiple places. In Goa, I'm interested in exploring old forts and churches, and I want to know if there are any forts that are not hotels. You fire a query like this, and I think all of us are familiar with search enough to understand that you wouldn't get answers, you would get documents that you would have to sift through one at a time to figure out answers for this. And that's not helpful. It does not save, I mean, it's helpful in the sense it gives you the information, but it still does not give you the answer to this question. Then say, well, I would simplify my query because we know a big query like this would not go. While this gives you at least names of places that you could visit, it's still not answering the question. In fact, there is not even a single fort that's mentioned in the list that comes up here. So if you wanted to book flights or hotels when you're planning a trip, you have a lot of services that can help you, right? You can get flight and hotel combinations, you can get options for routes and things like that. If you needed to get tourism advice or suggestions, you're limited to web searches, and that's time consuming. In fact, according to a 2019 report by Bain & Company, travelers make between 33 and 500 web searches before they make bookings. Some users even consult in excess of 50 travel websites, spending almost a third of the time online trying to figure out travel plans. And if you still don't find answers, right, you'll probably end up posting a question on a travel forum, and then you wait for somebody to reply, and then you'll have a back and forth conversation to figure out whether the responses are meeting your needs. But the question that bothered me was, despite all the problems, despite all the progress that we've made in AI, why can't we get answers to the question? And that was the motivation for my PhD. So let's look at how I answer such questions. So I'll take this real example. This is an actual question. It's not a question that I made up. This is an actual question that somebody posted on a travel forum, and I'll read this out. My husband and I are traveling to San Francisco with 3 daughters in their young 20s in October this year. Which would be a good hotel to stay near Fisherman's Wharf? Fisherman's Wharf is a place in San Francisco. Something not expensive, but convenient to the majority of first-time visitors. We will not have a car. We're just using public transportation to get around. Any inputs for a first trip to see would be helpful. Now let's say if I have a question like this and I want to answer this, so let's say I have a collection of reviews. So for each entity, like each restaurant, each hotel, each museum, there are reviews that are available. We've all used them. So let's say I have a collection of such reviews available with me. And I also know where they are, which means I know which restaurant is close to which hotel, which museum is opposite a restaurant, and I know the latitude and longitude of each location. What I do is I take this question and I understand, I look at reviews for each entity to figure out what in the question is something that the reviews tell me. So if I know that a place is expensive, people have in their reviews mentioned that it's expensive, or there's a lot of waiting time, I can use that information to figure out whether a place may be appropriate or not appropriate. Then I can additionally use lat-long information to figure out whether something is near Fisherman's Wharf, which was a constraint for this particular user, and then give names of exact answer engines. That's the thing that I end up building. So now this is a machine learning model, right? And training any machine learning model requires data. So let's say you have a collection of entities and spatial information. What I do is I take a question and an answer. So I take a question like that and the correct answer to that, and I'll explain how I got those correct answers. But imagine I have some magical way of knowing, given this question, this is the correct answer. I will give this to my AI system. It will predict some answer. It'll make some mistakes in that answer. And then given that we know the correct answer, it'll see how to improve itself. And we do this over hundreds of, tens of thousands of such questions, repeatedly giving it new questions and answers until it learns to be able to answer any new question that it has not seen before. Given any new question, this trained model will then be able to give you a recommendation of a place to stay, or a place to eat, or a place to visit. Now I'll go back to the point where I said, how do I get this data? So this data does not exist. This is also something that I need to collect. So what I did was I looked at about 2 lakh entities. So I looked at, I wrote some scripts that went to websites, collected reviews about different entities. I also went to forums. Remember, I told you people end up posting questions to forums when they don't find answers. So I looked at forums. So here's an example of a different question that was posted on the forum, where somebody is looking for a good restaurant to eat, which is nearby, which is a very vague thing. A good restaurant nearby, so that they don't have to venture too far on the first night after a long journey. And then people had this conversation. They said, why don't you eat at Los Nardos? Or why don't you go to La Mina? And then these answer entities actually become my QA pair. So I extract a question, I extract an answer, and these are the QA pairs that I actually use to train my machine learning model. And to train this, I collected over about 47,000 questions spanning 50 cities, which ended up being a total of nearly 200,000 possible answer entities overall. And that was used to train this model. So one of the contributions that I made through this thesis was that I built the first QA system that could answer such real world questions, recommendation questions. And the difference is, instead of giving you documents that people sift through or read through, I give empty answers as answers. So these are actual names of restaurants, attractions, and things like that. And I did this over 50 cities. And in terms of, and to see how good it does, we also did, apart from automated evaluation, we also did user studies. And we found that that it had an accuracy of about 84% when at top 3, which means that if I showed, for a given question, if I showed 3 answers, 84% of the time, at least one of those 3 answers was correct, which is pretty helpful. This was a challenging problem. One of the things was that I needed to fuse spatial knowledge with textual information. These reviews contain subjective information. It's got opinions of people about different places, and I needed to, and I also had structured geographical coordinates that I needed to combine for reasoning and then make recommendations. So this has never been done before, and my work was the first to do this. And there was also a challenge of scale. Reasoning needs to be fast. On average, there were 5,000 candidate entities per question, which means given one question, you would sift at least 5,000 entities, which means we're looking at lat longs of 5,000 entities, along with reviews of each of those entities to make a recommendation. That was like the first part of my thesis, where I explored recommendation questions. In the second part, I thought of other sort of questions there might be. So this is an example of a comparison question. And I'll just quickly read this out as well. I will be traveling to Spain and then to the US for 2 weeks in the summer. I really wanted to visit Granada in Spain, but also New York City. But due to some time and flight constraints, I will only be able to pick one of the two. Could anyone help me choose? Now, the answer to this, again, if I were to fire a query to a web search engine, I would end up getting articles about Granada or Spain. And it's not so, because the choice of entities that I'm comparing is somewhat quaint. Even have this for popular things, right? Shimla versus question almost everybody asks. There's even a forum question about which would be a better place to stay in Shimla or Kufri. Now, to answer these sorts of questions, I don't return an answer. What I return is a table. So I automatically generate such a table, where on the left-hand side, you have facets that are automatically extracted from text. And then and these facets actually are updated or are generated depending on which 2 entities you're comparing. So for Granada and New York, you have these, but say you were comparing Shimla and Kufri, you would get different things, which would highlight the differences and the similarities between the two. And the phrases are coming from Wikitravel articles, which is a free travel website, travel guide, which has articles describing each city. And when you look at this, it's very easy to figure out that New York does not have palaces, whereas both Granada and New York have a lot of art and architecture that would interest somebody. Now, the way you generate such tables is by using a technique of machine learning called clustering. So and what I introduce in this is the idea of balance. So let's say I have these phrases that I showed you in some 2-dimensional space, And let's say the phrases in red come from one entity and the phrases in blue come from another entity. Now, if I were to group them like this, I would end up getting a table which is there on the right. And you can see that the second grouping is not present in the first city. But the idea is that I could also actually cluster things like this, in which case I have now balanced information from both the two cities in this comparison table. And this is how we presented comparisons for entities. So to summarize this part of my thesis, I built the first end-to-end automated comparison system. It extended machine learning methods for clustering to incorporate this idea of balance of information. And when I conducted user studies with, to see if these clusters were helpful, we found that they were actually preferred by users very, very strongly. And in fact, that there was the users also learned enough about the two entities just by looking at these tables as they would while reading the full length article. Of course, that would take so much more time. The focus of whatever I've described so far has been around tourism. But in my thesis, I also explore the applications of the exact same methods on other domains, such as book recommendations and movie comparison. And that brings me to the end of my talk. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much. That was really great. Sorry, I got frozen a little. So thank you so much. That was really informative. Very, very good work. And you've left your Twitter handle on screen. So anybody who's interested in following up, feel free to contact Danish, and he will tell you more about his thesis. Very well presented. And here's hoping that the rest of the competition goes very well for you. All the best for everything, and very well done. Congratulations for making it till the finals of Talk Your Thesis.
Thank you. Thanks.
And with that, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Professor Sanjay Sarma from MIT to ISF. Professor Sarma, thank you so much for joining us. Absolute pleasure having you at India Science Festival's online version this time. Professor Sarma is the professor of mechanical engineering at MIT. He is also the vice president for open learning and serves as the advisor for several national governments and global companies, and has written various academic papers in his topic of research. Thank you so much again, Professor Sarma, for joining us. It's been really great, and we are looking forward to your talk, at the end of which we'll be taking a few questions from our audience. Over to you, sir.
Pleasure, thank you. What a pleasure to be here. I really enjoyed Danish's thesis and also Dr. Atri's presentation on planets. I'll be talking about something more mundane, perhaps something closer to Danish's work. I just want to make sure you can see my slides.
Yes, sir, we can. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. And I'll go until about 7:45, 7:40 or so p.m.
Perfect.
So,
then we'll take questions after.
Great, thanks. So, look, I'm going to go fast here, but I wanted to, because I want to talk about connected things, which is the title of the talk, but I decided to go a little bit broader. And what I'm going to talk about today is actually, how does one think of any new technology? India is in a very special place today because on the one hand, technology is very much in the grasp. It always has been, but it was more focused on a few people. But now technology has become much more democratized. And because of its growing technical population, it's growing prowess in the space. India has an incredible opportunity. Danish's talk is one example of that. Now, of course, he's at IIT Delhi, but you could be at, you could be an engineer in Pune or Bangalore or Hyderabad, and you have access to all this stuff. And the question I'm going to ask is, how do you think of new technology? The other challenge or the other opportunity for India is they say that necessity is the mother of invention. And that used to be a problem in India because there were a lot of needs that were unmet. But if you mind those needs, actually India has an incredible opportunity, in my view, to answer questions that others haven't come across yet, but will become relevant there as well. So when you look at a new technology like artificial intelligence, CRISPR, Internet of Things, IoT, whatever, blockchain, quantum computing, nanotechnology, how does one really deeply embed that technology in their mind? The knee-jerk response is to say, well, I'll do something I'm doing today, I'll do it slightly better with this technology. And that's pretty good. But we're in a very strange time right now where something else is happening, which is we are finding fundamentally different ways to achieve the same purpose because of the plethora of technologies available. And I'll talk about that today. Take, for example, IoT. It's a topic I wrote a book about a few years ago. It's a topic that I've been deeply involved in for a few decades. And the knee-jerk question with IoT, or with any technology again, but I'll just use IoT as an example here, is IoT a technology you can buy? Can you go to a shop? Can you go to an online site and just buy IoT? Probably not. Is it a product? Well, what is a product? I mean, it's not really a product. You can't just install it. Is it a system? Well, it's a catch-all phrase. Internet of Things, it's a catch-all phrase. I'll explain it more for those of you who don't know what connectivity in IoT is. But for those of you who do, some people call it a system or they call it a platform. These are catch-all phrases. And what I want to emphasize, and this is, in my view, a deeper and more accessible concept, is that one should think of new technologies like IoT, not as products, not as systems, not as platforms, not as something you can buy, but as a new design language. And I think this is a much more democratic way to describe technology as a whole. And I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about it now. So let's start with this. So what is a new design language? What does that mean for something to be a new design language? So let's take electricity. Electricity has been around for more than 100 years, 150 years. And let's think of what it means to the job of an architect to have electricity. Before electricity, you could not light the inside of a building very easily. You could use candles, but there wasn't very good lighting. And so daylight was important, the sun was important. And so the language of the architect was based on windows. And so architects developed stained glass windows, a beautiful technology in churches in Europe, and oculuses, which are holes in the ceilings of domes. But after electricity, we don't talk about electricity anymore. We just say lighting. And you can take a cave and light it up. And today, the lighting technology is much more advanced. You can use LEDs. You can say warm lighting, cool lighting. But you notice the word electricity doesn't come up anymore. So the language of an architect has changed from stained glass to warm, cool lighting, dimming, et cetera, We don't talk about electricity. Let's take another one. Before electricity, if you wanted to go up and down a building of a few floors, you had to take the staircase. So if you look at the grand old buildings of Europe, the cathedrals, et cetera, the palaces, the staircase was in the center of it. And so the staircase was beautiful, and it was a key part of the architect's language. But then Mr. Otis comes along. He was an inventor here in Massachusetts, about 50, 70 miles west of where I'm sitting. And he invented the elevator. And suddenly, architects had a new noun, the skyscraper, because now you could go all the way up without the staircase, and the staircase becomes less important. So again, the word electricity doesn't come up. What has happened is that the architect has now new words. We talked about lighting. We talk about skyscrapers and elevators and escalators and people movers. Before electricity, it was very hard to cool a room. And so in India, of course, we had, especially in the Raj, there was the pankha. If you were royalty, or if you were, if you could afford it, you got a pankha wala. And that was the only cooling you could get. And in Europe, where it's cold, the fireplace was at the center of every building. But after electricity, we don't say electricity anymore. We say air conditioning, or more generally, HVAC systems. So suddenly, Now you can take any building, you can build it in Dubai or in the Saudi desert, and you could cool it and air condition it, which means not just temperature but also the humidity. So now there's another term in the language of an architect, which is HVAC. And before electricity, the word was a fireplace. So you see, the word electricity doesn't come up. It's the same thing for even bathrooms. You couldn't go out, you couldn't do plumbing inside buildings before electricity. But now you have indoor plumbing, and so you have toilets indoors, and you don't have to use a bedpan or go out. And in fact, that's where the term outhouse comes from. So the point I want to make is that when you really think of technology, AI, IoT, et cetera, there's a level of maturity that we arrive at where designers stop using the core technology as a noun or a verb and rather use new nouns, new verbs that enable them to achieve new functionality. And getting your hands on that design language, whether it's indoor plumbing or HVAC or elevators, when we start doing that, we can construct new business narratives. And that's the point I want to make with technologies. So electricity has changed the design language of architects. And in my view, innovation is about building new business narratives using the new design language that technology gives you. It's not the technology itself, it's a new design language that technology gives you. So with that, I'm going to now jump into a second thesis, and I'll link them all. So the second thesis is this: what are we designing for? Used to be that we were in an era of products. What I mean by that is you designed a car and you sold a car. I will make the argument that we are transitioning now into an era of experience, where it's not the car that you want, it's the experience that you want. And actually what Dinesh talked about is just perfect for that, because he's talking about, I don't want to use Google Maps. I want the experience of figuring out a trip across India, right? So there's a beautiful statement by, actually it wasn't by him, but he captured it really well. This came from an advertising campaign a few years before him, but a professor at Harvard Business School, Theodore Levitt, came up with this. He said, I think he was talking to a drill company, like Makita, Craftsman, people who make electric drills for hand tools for home. He says, when people buy drills from you, do they want, when they buy a 1/4-inch drill, do they want a 1/4-inch drill or do they want a 1/4-inch hole? That might seem like a profound and vague question, but actually, if you think about it, you actually want the hole. You don't want to buy the drill. You are forced to buy the drill to get the hole. The experience is the hole, not the drill. The drill is the way you get the hole. And you have to buy the drill, then you have to make sure it's charged or plugged in and it's working and you didn't lose it. And then if you want to make a hole in a piece of furniture because you want to assemble it, then you use the drill. But what you wanted was the hole so that you could now assemble the furniture. I like to joke that what is a company that sells 1/4-inch holes? And the answer to that, I do it usually in classrooms, in my view, is IKEA, because IKEA sells disassembled furniture with the holes pre-drilled. So you actually don't need a drill if you buy IKEA furniture, because they sell you holes. And once you get the pieces, you can assemble it using dowel pins, etc., without ever having to buy a drill. So anyway, just a philosophical point. But I want to maintain that point, and I'm going to come back to it in more detail through a series of examples, which is you have to focus on the experience people not the product that you think they want. And that's the challenge that a lot of companies have been caught in, right? And a classic example of that is, and it's become cliched now, but it's still a good example, is one of Uber. So let me explain what that means. So Uber, or Ola, or any company in the rideshare business, what they're saying to you is, do you want a car or do you want transportation? And it's a profound question. When I was growing up in India, we had a Fiat and eventually a Maruti. And it's because my parents needed transportation, but the only way to get transportation pretty much was to buy a car in an affordable way. And so we bought a car. Now, if you look at the world, the Fords, the Suzukis, the GMs, Volkswagens, BMWs of the world, they are trying to sell you cars. But really, if you are a parent living in Boston, it's cold right now, it snows every now and then. Do you really want to buy a car and live in the middle of the city, look for parking, get parking tickets, speeding tickets, pay insurance, run out of gas, skid, have an accident, and then find out who dinged your car? Is that what you really want? Because that's what comes with owning a car. Or do you want transportation? And that's where Uber came along. And Uber said, I'm going to click my fingers here, and that's important. Remember, necessity is the mother of invention. They said, you know what? We'll just give you transportation. On your phone, you tap a button, and transportation is going to show up. You don't know whether it's a minivan or a Toyota Corolla, but it gives you what you want, which is it'll get you someplace with your kid so you can drop your child off at school or to grocery store or to work. And the key thing here is Uber is actually based on really high technology, Internet of Things. Think about it. Uber uses two phones, one phone in the driver's hand, in the car, one phone in the passenger's hand. Both phones have GPS. Uber uses the GPS sensor. It's basically a sensor to figure out the location of the driver and the passenger. It goes to the cloud, and at the cloud, it matches demand and supply, and it assigns a car to you, and the car knows where you are, the driver knows where you are, the driver picks you up. So Uber is an incredible example of using the design language of cloud, of smartphones, of 4G, of user interfaces, of GPS, which is an incredibly complex technology. In fact, Dimitra talked about it. He said, imagine how much technology we use without even realizing it. And using all that technology, the founders of Uber and all these other companies, because they speak that language, they were able to say, well, I'll just use a smartphone, one in the passenger's hand, one in the driver's hand, and I will use the cloud and match GPS locations. I'll make a match. And no one at Ford, no one at GM, no one at Suzuki, or even at the rental companies, Hertz, Avis, were even thinking that way because they don't speak the new design language. And in doing this, Uber completely changed the paradigm. They completely changed the offering, and they solved a problem with a snap of a finger. So I call this inversion. In fact, the title of my book, which I showed earlier, was The Inversion Factor. The idea is focusing on products right now is a problem. What one has to do is invert and wrap yourself around the axle of experience. You have to own the experience. And I'm going to give you an example of Amazon. And these are two pictures of Jeff Bezos, one when he was a nerdy guy trying to sell his books, and now the richest, or the second richest as of yesterday, man in the world. And if you recall, he tried to sell his books. He started off in the 90s, starting to sell books, Now think about it. A book is a product, right? It's a product. We go buy a book, and inside it is reading. So in 2000s, when Steve Jobs had returned to Apple, rumors of an iPhone started. And if you think about Amazon, what they really did was they said, do people want books, or do they want the experience inside the book? So what is the experience inside the book? The experience inside the book is reading. The book is a way to deliver reading. And they very quickly pivoted, and they introduced the Kindle. And by the time the iPhone came out, within a few months, the Kindle was launched. And that was the ebook, because they realized that the book is only one way to deliver reading, the physical book. Electronic books, ebooks, were the other way. And they launched the Kindle. Now, once they launched the Kindle, meanwhile, the iPhone was out. They weren't sure if the iPhone would become as popular as it turned out to be. And then, of course, the Android phones came out. Something very interesting happened. Amazon, of course, was selling the Kindle and delivering books on them. But then they released something very surprising, which is the Kindle app. So the Kindle app is very fascinating, because now the Kindle app is something that runs on an iPhone. And if you think about it, it undercuts the Kindle product sales, right? It undercuts them, But they were convinced that they were not in the product business. Yes, they'll make a little bit of money on the Kindle product, but that wasn't the point. They wanted to own reading. And then after that, after the Kindle product launched, to this day, Amazon has owned the book market. Apple went on to rule music, but Amazon actually owns books. But then eventually they realized that reading from an ebook is only one way to get the story inside your head. The other way to get the story inside the head, the core experience, is through your ears. And so then Amazon announced the Alexa and Echo product, which is the smart speakers with which you can actually hear the book as well, and so on. So the net result of it is that they never fixated on the product. In any other company, the division that was making the Kindle product would have done politics and undercut the Kindle app division, had them fired, because they would have been focused on their profitability and so on. But not at Amazon. Amazon focused on owning the experience. So there's an expression in American English, it's called peeling the onion. And the point I want to make is that we're in a very special time, because at the core of the onion, the middle, right here, right? If you can see it on my right here, that's the core product you want. And because earlier we didn't have a way to deliver the core product, a core need, people delivered the product. And so the product mentality is to deliver something that serves the core need. And what's happening with technology like the Internet of Things is we're able to actually meet the core need in other ways that are much better than the product originally was able to meet it. And this is the fundamental rewriting of the business narrative that we're seeing around the world with new inventions or new services. And this is why companies are being caught flat-footed. And India and all the young people in India we have an opportunity of not following the pattern set in other countries of, well, you need to buy this product, you need to buy this product, but rather figuring out completely different ways to serve the core need. By the way, COVID has accelerated home delivery, things like that, and really changed the landscape even in the United States. And a lot of companies are going to struggle with it in the years ahead. Okay, so I will now sort of map this to the Apple story. So Steve Jobs comes along, and he was an incredible innovator, and in my view, one of the great inventors and thinkers in the technology landscape. So he comes along and in the 2000s says, listen, when you buy a CD, do you want a CD? Or do you, what is it that what you really want is a particular song playing in your ear? Because a CD might have 20, 30 songs, I'm sorry, 15 songs or 12 songs, an album, right? But there's only two or one that you want. And so if you look at the Apple journey, you can actually map it to this thinking. So the first thing Steve Jobs does is he unbundles the CD and makes it 99 cents a song. Then he introduces the iPod and of course the Apple computer preceded that, but of course the Mac. And then he does something very interesting. Oh, and then the iPod plays the music that goes to your ear. And that was the shortest way to get the music into your ear. So you downloaded a song from iTunes onto your Mac, the Mac went to the iPod, or your PC went to your iPod, and then it went to your ear with headphones. It was a matter of time before the iPod was replaced with the iPhone. And because the iPhone is connected to the internet, you didn't need a computer in between. And you could almost play out all the things that Steve Jobs did in connected things with this reasoning. But even the iPhone was something in the middle. I mean, you could imagine him thinking, do we really need something in the middle? And so they introduced the Apple Watch, which I'm wearing right now. And over time, they got rid of even that wire and introduced the AirPod product. And then the Apple Watch went online. And now you could go directly from the Apple Watch to AirPods. And you can imagine this product doesn't exist. Their next step is going to be, they're going to try, it's not going to be easy, but using 5G, et cetera, to go directly from the cloud to the AirPods, right? So you can almost play out Apple's entire journey with this focus on experience and using technology to rethink the experience. Not saying, well, I'll use 5G, I'll use this, I'll use that, but focusing on the experience and speaking a design language that serves the experience. And you can apply this to anything. I mean, the most mundane thing you can apply this to. Take a door, right? I mean, a door is one of humanity's first inventions. The first time we invented a hut, we needed a door because you wanted to keep the elements out and keep people out that you didn't want coming in. What does a door do, really? A door keeps out the people you don't want coming in, but it lets in the people you want coming in, right? It's as simple as that. And today, with deliveries, it keeps the products out that you don't want, or the things out that you don't want, junk, for example, and lets in the things you want coming in. That's what a door does. And a door has two elements. One is calling the bell. You ring the bell or you knock. And when you knock, the person inside can hear it. And the other thing the door has is a lock. So you can unlock, unlatch, and let the person in. That's really it. How can something as boring as a door be rethought using the new design language? So let's talk about it. It's a very philosophical question, right? So what does a door do? It has a doorbell. It alerts the owner. The owner comes out and opens the door. Today, the visits could be, my daughter's friend. I come in the house, or a delivery person, mail, etc., right? And that's what a door does. So how do you reinvent the door? We're using the new design language. Well, here it is. So there are now products, smart locks. I think I have 3 doors with smart locks on them. And what they do is I can lock or unlock the door remotely, and smart doorbells. A smart doorbell is 2 things. One is a camera at the doorbell, and a speaker, so I can actually speak, and a doorbell. So when you ring the doorbell, the camera comes on, or even using motion sensors, the camera comes on, and it's connected to my phone. So now on my phone, I have the lock, and I have the doorbell and the camera. So what that means now is, first of all, I can give my kid an app so that she can come in, or my wife or we can just come in and go as we want. When my daughter was younger, if a nanny showed up, or if someone showed up to clean the house, I could see them on the camera and unlock the door, and they could go in, clean the house, leave, and we could lock the door remotely. So it's lots of convenience. Or if I'm just lazy and watching sports and I don't want to get up, I can do this. And finally, now with deliveries, for example, you can open your garage and someone can put stuff in the garage, and then you close the garage so you can let stuff in. And so it was no surprise when the company that did the biggest smart doorbell product, Ring, was acquired by Amazon for nearly $1 billion. So that is the door rethought. Now, I should say that this business of changing from a product mindset to the experience mindset or a service mindset I've used a bunch of consumer examples, but actually the real inventor here is Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce was the pioneer, because Rolls-Royce figured out about 20 years ago that, if you're Singapore Airlines, you really don't want to own a jet, an engine. It's very expensive. What you want is thrust. And the thrust, and it's called power by the hour. So what they do is they instrument the engine with hundreds of sensors. They collect the data on satellite, and they actually essentially lease the engine out. The Singapore Airlines doesn't actually buy the engine. They buy power. They buy thrust. And actually, when MH370, the Malaysian Airlines flight vanished, the only reason we sort of know where it went was because of this system. If you recall, they were able to track it using a satellite. And so the trend here is we're going from product to solution to turnkey operation. And just in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this slide and just move on to say, why now? Why is it happening now? The reason it's all happening now is that we're in a time of magic. First of all, and this is the most important thing I want to say in India, is the power of the idea. We are trained to kill our ideas. We have to now stop doing that. If you have an idea, there may be some magic, then you have to give it a second shot. The second is the capabilities of technology. Technology has become very powerful. And so something crazy, because technology is so powerful, the design language for enabling that crazy thing is much more real. Uber would have been crazy 20 years ago or 30 years ago. But 10 years ago, a few people pulled it off. And then the third is the growth of Jedis. What does that mean? It's just a word I use, and actually some others at MIT use. I'm using the Star Wars analogy. but it's people who have some sense of how to get things done. And this is something that can be learned. And you can watch YouTube and figure out how do I be self-efficacy? How do I show self-efficacy in achieving something? And then COVID is accelerating everything, right? And any industry is going to be every industry. Put the name of your industry there. It is being transformed, and COVID accelerates it. And just in the United States, look at all the brands that didn't exist a few years ago that exist today, that are bigger than all the other technologies combined, other companies combined sometimes. I'll show you the example of Zoom in a second before I stop. I'm going to give you a sense of why this is happening today by saying this. Think of a very still pond, very still. It's like a Zen examination, a very still pond. Now think of a single drop falling in the pond, and it creates waves. And eventually the waves die out, and the pond becomes very still. That was technology development, 20, 30, 50, 100, 200 years ago. Gutenberg Bible, the Gutenberg Press, and that was the only invention for about, a few hundred years, right? Today, there are drops falling, and every time a drop falls, another drop falls right after. It's like a rainstorm in the pond. And at the intersections of those ripples are where the ideas are born. So gaming GPUs, internet data, and neural networks is what created the AI revolution, right? Cell biology, genetics, and chemistry is creating CRISPR. Quantum mechanics and computing is creating quantum computing. Cryptography and distributed ledgers led to blockchain. Batteries and motors led to EV. And radar, computer vision, and computing, which is from the top bullet as well, created self-driving cars. It goes on and on. So again, I'm going to skip the next few slides and just say that COVID is accelerating things incredibly, really fast. And there's this great saying from a gentleman by the name of Roy Amara, who is a science fiction writer. He said, we tend to overestimate the effect of a technology in the short run, but we tend to underestimate the effect on the long run. And the way to think of that is it goes slowly. Initially, you get overexcited. Then you say, it's never going to happen. And then suddenly it takes off. What COVID does is it's accelerating humanity in the course of this year by about 5 years. I like to joke. I say that the 21st century didn't begin in 2001. The 21st century begins in 2021. See, 2001, Google, Amazon, all these companies were around. Nothing really changed. But during COVID, humanity spent 1 year retraining in technologies like the one we're using right now. And it's no surprise that I looked at the Zoom stock in June. Zoom's market cap was greater than that of all the other airlines, major airlines combined, by a significant fraction, by a significant ratio. So I'll just stop here with one last thing. So what now? Well, India especially is in an incredible place right now, right? The world is going to a new abnormal, and we're going to enter a period of what I call dynamic innovation. And what we have to do as a society, as individuals, as companies, as inventors, as scientists, as engineers, as human beings, parents, families, understand the core need of whatever it is that you're trying to do, whether if it's a company, it's a product, the offering. Continuously scan for other ways to satisfy that need. And then use, I'll skip this, lean and agile technologies lean and agile approaches to implement it. So that's it, folks. Thanks very much. And really a pleasure to talk to you. I'm going to take my slides off and hand back to you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sarma. I just want to say that the examples that you used throughout the course of your presentation was so relatable, made understanding everything a lot more easier. So thank you so much for the examples that you used. I'm just going to take a couple of questions that we have here. The first one being, so what is the combination of artificial intelligence and IoT, and how can it be applied in other useful fields?
I have in my house a Nest system, that thermostat, which controls the temperature of my house. As you know, Boston's extremely cold. And my house is an old house, and it's a little leaky, so we lose heat. And so, but then we work, my wife and I, so it's away most of the day. When we come home, sometimes, like we'll come home at 6 p.m., the house is pretty cold, but we want it warm when we enter. So what Nest does is it figures out when we come home, And they do it in a way, I think, that's privacy preserving. The real challenge in all this is going to be privacy. And the Nest system starts heating up the house because it knows how slow my house is in heating up. And it starts heating it up based on the outside temperature. And by the time I come home, the house is the right temperature. Now, why is this good? It's good because I am reducing the carbon footprint of my house because I'm burning a lot of heating oil or gas to heat my house. So that's just one example. But really, the point is not to say, is it IoT or AI? I think that's not the point. The point is, what is it I want? I want, personally, my wife and I, we want our house to be warm and comfortable when we're there, but we don't want to waste energy when we're not. And I say to the engineers, figure out the technologies to make it happen. And because there are so many capabilities, that's the point of what I'm saying, right? There are people who speak the design language, like Danish, they'll figure it out. And that is the opportunity for Indian inventors to, on the one hand, ask the question, and then on the other hand, figure out how to do it.
Actually apply it. And okay, so the next question that we have here is, what sort of technical skills would one need to be a part of the entire IoT industry?
Well, I mean, look, speaking specifically about IoT is, a lot of these fields are intersectional. So you need to understand, for example, the sensors in actuated devices, right? So you need to understand a little bit. You don't have to be like a super expert. It depends on where your center of mass is. You can, for example, a thermostat, how does it work, right? Then you need to understand connectivity. And there are lots of protocols for connectivity. There's Zigbee, Z-Wave, 6LoWPAN, WP-LAN, et cetera, et cetera. There's lots of protocols and connectivity technologies. And then IoT connects to the cloud, and there are these things called digital twins, and there's a lot of technology there. But very fundamentally, I think that one has to understand privacy, one has to understand efficiency, et cetera, as well. But those are the tools. To me, equally important is to understand the whys, the philosophical, why are we doing something? Because a lot of IoT implementations I find are sort of pointless. They actually miss the point completely. It just seems like, oh, let's do IoT, but it doesn't actually solve a problem. And what Uber did was solve a problem. So.
All right, that was really informative. So one question that we've received through a listener who's listening in on Facebook, will the shift to IoT mean a shift for businesses from manufacturing products to services? Will everything from furniture to traveling be on a subscription basis?
Yes, I think quite a bit, actually. It's already happening. I mean, clothes, can you imagine not owning your clothes? It seems like such an outlandish idea. But in fact, there is a company called Rent the Runway, where they ship out clothes, just like Netflix. Netflix a long time ago, before streaming, they would ship out DVDs to you. So here, one can go and say, well, I want that, and they ship it out to you. You wear it for a couple of days, you ship it back, for like a special event. I don't own a tuxedo. I rent my tuxedos anyway. I can't stand wearing tuxedos, but when I have to wear it, I have to rent it. So why not do it to everything else? So that's a service, even clothing, but certainly things like electronics, cars, planes, I talked about that. I think we're going to move more and more towards that. In fact, there's a company called Hilti, Hilti. So if there's a construction site and you want drills and tools, they just rent them to you. You don't have to buy them. The construction companies don't have to buy them. So we will move in that direction inexorably over the course of the next few years.
That was really great. The next question would be, while IoT is helping to solve a lot of problems for humans, is it going to present a solution for arising problems such as climate change and so on?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We are very wasteful as a species. I mean, imagine all the lights left on when there was no one there. All the rooms that were air conditioned with no one sitting inside them. All the car engines idling while they're waiting for someone, right? We are extremely wasteful as a society, right? The airports, right now, there's, many airports haven't seen passengers recently, but the lights are on, and they leave them on because in case someone shows up, right? I think that if humanity wants to become responsible and leave something that the next generation can enjoy, we need to marshal our resources better. And so without a doubt, IoT can play a part in that. I do think there's a privacy concern, and that's all of the story.
Sir, I'm going to take off a bit of what you said and ask you the next question. We have received 2 to 3 questions regarding the implications of security and privacy with respect to IoT. So, is it a good idea to have the entirety of an individual's life online? Would there be an issue with data storage, access protocols? Can we be? Is IoT going to protect us from hackers and so on?
No, in fact, I'm really concerned about that. I've written extensively about it. I'm really concerned. For all the good things about IoT, we are expanding our attack surface. So think of your house. It has a front door and maybe it has a back door. IoT is like adding 50 doors and windows around the house, each of which has a different latch, and it's a matter of time before we leave something open. So I am actually deeply concerned about privacy. And one of the things we've done over the years is develop the concept of a personal firewall. And the other term we use is a cognitive firewall. So the idea is that you need to have your own personal privacy-related, your own personal security-related firewall, where you figure out which data goes where. You may have seen recently that Apple just released something called these privacy labels. The idea is that every app will tell you which data it is collecting from whom. In fact, Facebook was very upset with it. And that led to this WhatsApp changing its criteria. And of course, a lot of people are moving to Signal as a result, myself being one of them, to be frank. So, I do think that level of personal awareness has to become essential as we go forward. It's a very fundamental question. Otherwise, people will lose their privacy, and it's a real challenge.
All right, sir. The next question would be, that we've received 2 to 3 questions on how nanotechnology is being used in IoT. Could you please shed some light on that?
Not much. Remember the analogy I used of ripples intersecting, and at every intersection something happens. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Sometimes it takes a long time for something to happen. So nanotechnology is a fascinating space. Nanotechnology's first impact will be in things like vaccines. For example, the Moderna vaccine, which is actually an MIT company, has nanoparticles, which were invented by Bob Langer, one of my colleagues, which deliver the mRNA. So it's having an impact there. In IoT, not much. It is making maybe a little bit with carbon nanotubes and sensors, but it's very preliminary. I'm working on that a little bit, but it's not there yet. It'll happen though. I mean, there'll be some connection, some unique thing. So the idea is not to force it. The idea, as I said, is to start with the problem you're trying to solve and to adopt these technologies judiciously rather than force fit, because that won't work.
Okay. Sir, in respect to the times that we live in, how has IoT helped around in the healthcare industry with respect to the current pandemic that we're facing?
Yeah, it's very interesting. Before 9/11, the security, the terrorist attack in the United States, these check-in kiosks that you see in every airport, they were around for 15, 20 years, but no one used them. After 9/11, suddenly airlines were in trouble. They couldn't have all these people at long check-in queues. And so they suddenly introduced these check-in kiosks. They took off after 9/11 because, again, necessity is the mother of invention, right? Although this thing had been invented earlier, the adoption took off. So similarly, telehealth is a field that's been around for 20 years. Now, with COVID, people can't go in to hospitals, or couldn't, because of security concerns, of COVID concerns. And so suddenly now, telehealth is booming in the United States. And so Apple Watch, the most recent Apple Watch, has a pulse oxygen meter in it, which can help with COVID. So what we're seeing is a pretty tremendous move towards home monitoring systems, which is IoT, and home blood pressure, weighing scales, home, even sending sensors home so that you can do blood tests and things like that. So absolutely massive shift. And the problem was always in the United States, insurance companies, in other countries, doctors not wanting to accept it because you make more money if the patient comes in, sometimes in some countries. All that has changed. And once those barriers are down, you can't stop it.
Sir, with respect to IoT in India, how do you think emerging technologies will shape up in the coming 4 to 5 years? And how do you think IoT can help solve critical problems that India is facing at the moment?
Yeah, a simple example of IoT is toll passes in cars. Like the Gurgaon Delhi highway uses toll passes. They actually use a standard that actually my standard. But if you look at all the congestion, pollution, et cetera, monitoring, river monitoring, industries that dump effluents into rivers. I think one of India's biggest challenges is going to be environmental impact as the economy scales up. So that's one massive area. The second is, I think we will see a lot more of a product as a service as opposed to the product itself. So fridges, RO systems, reverse osmosis, water filtration systems at home, air conditioners, where they're being monitored and you get a message on your phone saying, look, your AC needs some maintenance. I'm going to come in and fix it, right? When can I come? So I think that we'll see both on the consumer side, but also on the industrial side, massive movement towards IoT. I'd like to see the government do a lot more, to be honest, because monitoring of rivers and lakes and things like that. There's actually a former MIT student from my research group, Prasad Putta, has a company called Vassar Labs in India doing, I think, exemplary work in monitoring of water resources and other resources. So that to me is a massive opportunity.
Wonderful. So I'm going to take the last two questions now. One being, like you mentioned, the role of government. So how can a government organization actually implement IoT in their day-to-day lives to make day-to-day working more efficient?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, I think if it comes to things like monitoring and corruption, IoT can help a lot, right? Monitoring, as I said, roads, rivers. If a company, if an industrialist is permitted to dump pollutants into a river and not prevent, and that's makes that industrialist more profitable, but the river is more dangerous for the citizens, that's a form of corruption in my view, right? So from an enforcement perspective, I believe that India's future lies in a significant movement towards monitoring with IoT. That's the government. But then in addition to that, just in terms of efficiency, power plants, grid efficiency, I think that IoT is a big deal. Having said that, I have a big concern about India's public works being exposed to cyber attacks. So whatever they do, they should do best in class. But I do think there's an incredible opportunity for government.
Wonderful. So the last question that I would want to ask, that we tend to ask all our speakers, you've yourself been involved in many public engagement activities. How important do you think a platform like India Science Festival is in order to communicate credible science and technology to the public?
Well, I think you folks are doing an incredible job. And kudos to you. And to Varun and everyone involved. We are proud and inspired to see what you're doing, because to me, the absence of these fora it creates a vacuum. It creates, I think, it does not create lanes for people to collaborate to progress. And this forum, in my view, really aligns people. Whether you're talking about exoplanets or about IoT or policy, I think this is so important. I'm so glad to see this happen. Very important. I'd like to see more. I also think that in its own way, COVID has forced this event into going online, and I think the reach therefore will change as well. So that's a learning as well. But this is really great, and such a pleasure to meet you all and to do this.
Thank you so much, Professor. It was an absolute pleasure having you on board. Thank you for so patiently answering all questions. I must say that your presentation was very, very interesting. As I said before, all the examples that you used had a very a good reach with all of us, because we could relate to all of them. So thank you so much for taking out the time. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for sticking around, everybody. This was a very interesting talk, and this brings me to my next panel discussion for the day. I'm so pleased to invite the panelists for our next session. So in the times that we live in, COVID-19 has really changed a lot of things for all of us. But one important aspect of public health is its relation with human rights. So the next panel discussion that we have is titled Masks, Vaccines and Lockdowns, Rights or Wrongs? And it is being moderated by none other than Professor Satchit Balsari from Harvard Medical School, who will be taking everything ahead. So Professor Balsari, thank you so much for joining us. Over to you.
Hi, Shruti. Good evening. Shruti, are all the panelists here? The names I see, it just says India Science Festival. Is that Dr. Cash and Dr. Leaning?
Yes. Dr. Leaning has joined in.
And is Professor Cash here?
Is that, I'm just going to check.
For some reason, I'm not able to join with the video.
Okay, but we can hear you.
Yeah,
Welcome.
you can hear me, but I don't know. The system is, I think it's with you. It's not with, I'm not sure. I can try setting it up again.
I have.
The host has stopped it. So you need to allow me to come in. There it is.
Better?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm going to log out now, and over to you, Professor Balsari.
All right. Good evening, everyone. We'll dive straight into this panel. Thank you all for joining us. This panel, as the name suggests, is going to deal with sort of these tough choices we've had to make throughout this year, balancing individual and collective rights in the interest of public good. The pandemic has called for immense personal sacrifice throughout the year, where people have been asked to stay at home, travel less, meet others less. Millions have lost their jobs and millions others have lost their access to healthcare. Some interventions, like using facial masks, have been considered cornerstones of the public health response to the pandemic, and yet have met with violent resistance, including in the United States, claiming that it impinges on personal freedom and choice. In India, on the other hand, cities continue to seal apartments and enforce institutional quarantine, even a year out into the pandemic, where people are asked to leave their homes and go to isolation facilities if they are found to be COVID positive, despite dwindling scientific evidence that this is either necessary or effective. And now in 2021, the world has begun undertaking the world's largest vaccination campaign at a time when there is significant vaccine hesitancy. If large numbers of people do not take the vaccine, we may or may not reach herd immunity, risking that the pandemic will draw on longer than it really should. To help us think through these very difficult questions and to examine historical precedent, we have joining us three stellar public health experts, most of whom here have been my mentors for a very long time. Professor Amar, Jesani, who founded the Forum for Medical Ethics Society and is editor of its journal, Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. Professor Richard Cash of the Harvard Public Health School, whose vast research career has spanned the globe, but with rich expertise in South Asia, especially in Bangladesh and India. Many of you in the audience are familiar with Dr. Cash. He is definitely a household name in the public health community in South Asia. Professor Jennifer Leaning is a professor at the Public Health School and the Medical School with rich expertise in complex humanitarian emergencies around the world, and one of the founding directors of Physicians for Human Rights. Welcome, Professor Leaning, Professor Cash, Dr. Jesani. The format of this panel will be such that we'll have 3 rounds of questions with the panelists, and we will then open the forum to the audience. So we all have an opportunity to ask the panelists questions. My first question to the panelists is, this doesn't seem to be new. These lockdowns, these restrictions on human mobility and freedom, the public health community has dealt with this in the past. In the recent past, at the end of the 20th century, and for a couple of hundred years before that through various pandemics. Can you shed light on the historical precedents and context within which these debates about restricting personal freedoms in the interest of public health have occurred in the past? Professor Leaning, may I request you to start?
Yes, thank you. Satchit, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this wonderful discussion. Dr. Jesani, it's a pleasure to meet you. And of course, Richard, it's always a pleasure to share a platform with you. The history of communicable and contagious disease in the world is rich, very long, and filled with tension between populations who have a disease and the authorities that are trying to control the spread of that disease. This is a very long and complicated story. I would just like to point out that there are evolving rules, both legal rules, that is, political movements and states and judges have determined certain kinds of legal parameters for enforcing ways of protecting populations from disease. And then there are long practical histories of how populations have responded to these rules. There is one very famous plague in London. Plague is not COVID-19, but it is basically a contagious disease, and it spreads fundamentally through contact with rats and vermin. And it's at the time of 1665 in London, there were many rats, there were many people, it was very crowded, it was a very poor city for the majority of the populations who lived crowded together. And Daniel Defoe is an observer who has written a phenomenal account of the plague years in London. And what he describes in terms of what the authorities did to lock down the population and separate the healthy population from those who were known to have plague is very similar in terms to what we have witnessed, at least in the United States and in many parts of Europe, with the strategies taken by governments to separate the populations from those known to have COVID-19 and to protect them through lockdown. And as we have witnessed in our own societies, families and populations resist lockdown. They don't like it. It has major social and economic implications for them. And in London, Defoe watched the numbers being tracked by the boards of health in various subsets of London. And he was in one of the last parts of London to get infected in terms of the disease rates. And he watched as the disease began to come closer, now this is plague, to his own wide neighborhoods, how the wealthy left town. They just left. They had money, they had transport, they had ways of keeping all their supplies. They left town. They left London. The middle class who had servants decided that they could, but didn't have a second home. They decided they could stay down in their quarters, which were relatively luxurious compared to the majority poor. They would have food and water. They would stay in their places, and they would endure the lockdown. What they didn't realize is that the lockdown would mean their servants could also not go out and bring in fresh food. And the poor had no options. They just huddled in their ramshackle quarters and tried to endure, thinking it might be a slow, not a very fast process, but not last for months. It lasted for months. And what happened to enforce the lockdown in London is that the boards of health mandated that there be a guard, an armed guard stationed outside each house that was under lockdown to make sure that people didn't leave. And there were problems with this because all of these lockdown houses needed to get reprovisioned. So they'd ask the guard to go to the market and find whatever he could and bring it back for the household. The guard would. And in that period, many in the household would flee out the back windows, etc. It's a fabulous story of how populations actually tried to get out from under the rules, which they didn't respect, didn't really understand. The fundamental way in which plague was dealt with throughout Europe, and as far as I know, in most of the other parts of the world, China has had the longest experience, is that anyone who had access to wealth and transport would get away from the infected area. You know, the queens in Russia, the kings and queens in England, they would just pack to their country houses 50 miles, 300 miles away and live there until the plague burned out in the towns. In the situation we have now in the world, the countries have tried to impose lockdowns and other forms of confinement of populations. And we still see the wealthy do what they want. The poor people suffer because they can't find livelihoods or food. And what has happened in this period of time has been challenge, political, social challenge on human rights species to have a lockdown or a control on population movement. And in the last 30 years, there's been the development of UN principles called the Syracuse Principles, which were named so because of the conference took place in Syracuse, Italy, that defined the grounds under which the political authorities had the legal right to impose restrictions on human populations. And these are very interesting rules because they say it can only be done at extreme levels of danger to the population. The restrictions have to be in accord with scientific understanding of the way in which the disease spreads. These cannot be imposed arbitrarily. In other words, we're going to shut down part of Boston or part of Bombay, and it's because we think there's a lot of disease there. It has to be based on scientific understanding of where the disease is prevalent and where it is spreading. And then the other part of it is that it has to be reviewed very frequently in contact with the population, so that this cannot be a year-long imposition of restrictions. So there's an attempt to balance the public health with the human rights of the individual. And these are the principles that are being advocated for in much of Europe and in the United States. But they're not, in my view, as clearly articulated to the general public as they should be, because they hold in tension what the government can do and what the rights of the people are. And that tension is fragile. It has to be maintained with the general permission of the public and in terms of scientific understanding. And it has to be renewed very often. In the times when it's been imposed in the last 20, 40 years, there's been an interaction between the government, the doctors, the medical societies, the boards of health, and the local government. And so it never holds really strongly for a long time. So this is a way of saying that it's difficult, very difficult, to impose a lockdown, have it be watertight in any manner of the word, and to have the population stay in conformity, in agreement with that lockdown. People will always find a way out. And that's what we see happening with COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Richard, that brings me to you. I sort of want to pick up on the Syracuse principles and the idea that there has to be an identified danger to communities, sound scientific understanding. It cannot be arbitrary, and there must be frequent reviews. Can you comment on sort of what these conversations may have been like at the start of the HIV pandemic? I remember in the early years of medical school, there were conversations that there were countries and governments that wanted to take HIV positive people and quarantine them essentially. You know, if they were identified, they wanted to keep them separately away from towns, cities, or countries. And of course, these ideas didn't go anywhere. And can you help us walk through that process and why it was okay to lock down people for COVID or plague but not for HIV? What were sort of the ethical considerations around these kinds of conversations?
Well, I think Jennifer has, again, thank you for this invitation, and hello to my colleagues and friends. I think Jennifer has articulated it very well. The problem with lockdowns of any broad attempt is that invariably it affects the most vulnerable people in the population. It's not universally applied. It's applied fundamentally to those who are the most vulnerable, not disease-wise, but most vulnerable politically and economically. This idea of quarantining goes back a long time, but invariably we tend to blame the victim. During the plague years in the 1300s, 1400s, they would burn people at the stake because they were invariably marginalized in society, whatever group that was. Jews, gypsies, you name it, they would go after them. In fact, many people feel, and I'm one of them, that the whole lockdown activity in India was very much designed to protect the middle class. That in fact, it did nothing to help the poor. In fact, it increased their vulnerability. So this is why attempts such as the Syracuse Principles have come to be. Now, does that mean that quarantining or isolating people who are ill has no role at all? Well, it depends on the society. With HIV, interestingly enough, Cuba used that very strategy. Cuba confined individuals who were HIV positive, and they did this in the very, very early days of the epidemic when it was not clear how it was transmitted. And they kept these individuals, not whole societies, but individuals away from others to prevent the spread of the disease as they understood it. They relaxed it later on, and it was a society that could do this because of their form of government. Was it the right thing? Well, the Cubans would say it was right for us at that time. And in fact, Cuba has the lowest prevalence of HIV anywhere in the Americas. Does that justify what they did? We could leave that open for discussion. But generally, in more open societies, these kinds of strategies have extremely limited value. The lockdown strategies, there's no evidence, in my view, that lockdown strategies alone had much impact at all on the COVID epidemic. What was important and what was oftentimes missed was the use of face coverings. I won't even use the word masks. Face coverings were far more important. Limited quarantine, and I don't like the term lockdown because of all of the things it implies. Limited quarantine and isolation had some value. But at this point in the epidemic in India or in the United States or most of Europe, lockdown has a limited, if any, value at all. What does have value is the protection of an individual from infection through the use of face coverings. But the need for the Syracuse Principles and so on come about because, as Jennifer noted, class and social, the social content in which an epidemic occurs invariably affects negatively the poorest and the most vulnerable. And you can just go back to the plague epidemic in Mumbai as yet another example of how it was imposed and it affected the most vulnerable populations. The wealthy get away, the wealthy pay off, the wealthy can confine themselves to their homes. The poor cannot do any of those things. And invariably, they become the ones who are most negatively affected by this. And in addition, I would say they are also the ones who have the least access to any health care should they become infected. So not only are they differentially exposed and punished, they don't even have access to the very health care that would help them should they get ill. So they're triply damaged by these strategies. I'll stop at that point and allow Amar and others to speak.
Thank you, Richard. Amar, over to you. The Indian context of this, where have we struggled with these questions in the past? Leprosy and Baba Amte's work and Anandwan comes to mind, and sort of the stigmatization that is associated with contagious disease. We've seen, that initial horror with COVID in March, April, and May around the world, and I think once it spread so much, everyone knew someone that had COVID, and the stigmatization goes down a little bit. Just thoughts on what the challenges locally were.
Well, thanks for this opportunity to be here. And hi, Richard. I think I'm meeting you again, after some time.
Yes.
And Jennifer, I'm meeting you for the first time. But it is quite enlightening to hear both of you about this pandemic and its impact. When you talk about stigmatization, we are talking about people in the society doing something to those who are supposed to be having a different disease or different kind of characteristic. So you are trying to stereotyping certain kind of people, and what you find is that there is a lot of problems within the civil society, a section of people treating other people in a different manner. And what kind of position the state can take at that time is very, very important. And you find that in the modern times, at least, my generation, looking at from 1970s onwards, where the state took a very, very progressive position on issues like leprosy, saying that, well, the stigmatization is wrong, although most of the strategies they use may not have, helped so much in removing all the stigma, but definitely some of them did succeed. So we have to look at both how people treat each other and at the same time in which way the state really provides encouragement for the right kind of behavior by the people. Now, connecting it to the COVID is very important, because if the state becomes partial, if state starts saying that all people who are contracting leprosy are sinners, they have done something morally wrong, or all people who contract HIV are immoral people, then you can find that the state and civil society, both of them, come down heavily on the people who are suffering. And there you are not only just blaming the victim, but you are also punishing the victim in a very, very, very concerted manner. I think that is where big pandemic issues should be located. And I found that in India, in March, April, May, there were several episodes where these things seem to have happened. See, what happens that if a state does not create confidence in the people, does not take them into confidence and make them trust the scientific information, but becomes the spreader of unscientific information. And it looks to the people that state itself has got scared of the pandemic. And so that's what's happened in India, that suddenly in 4 hours time, the Prime Minister of India declared lockdown. At 8 p.m. he comes on the TV, he said from 12 o'clock tonight, there is going to be lockdown the entire. I mean, people were given just 4 hours to adjust to it and to understand what kind of pandemic that we are facing and all. Till then, there was one army, that everything was going on normal. very few, danger signals were there, and there was no effort made to scientifically educate the masses. And as a consequence, the first few months, those kind of stigmatization, as you are mentioning, were extremely there. And you find that the stigma and the vulnerable people within the society, they seem to be gelling together. The stigma against disease and the people who are vulnerable, or people who are supposed to be less important. You have migrants, you have people who are minorities, people whom you consider to be responsible so much of certain miseries that people are suffering from. And that's where the India really created problem. You had just at the time of lockdown, a congregation of Muslims in Delhi, the Tablighi Jamaat, right? It started few days before, and the state media, as well as a lot of people, said that, well, this Tablighi Zaman is a spreader of infection, and said that they are doing COVID jihad, because they were Muslims, because they are minorities. And today, after 1 year after that event, every court in the country where the cases were filed against those Tablighi Jamaat people have dismissed the cases, saying that they all were innocent. They were just meeting like anybody else, and few of them were COVID positive, and they needed care rather than stigma. So I think this point is very important, that even Syracuse principles says that state must reciprocate when it tries to restrict the rights of the people, and that reciprocation is to care for them. If you have if there is a scientific need to have lockdown, we can discuss whether lockdown is scientifically needed or not. Professor Kesh can say, well, they are not needed. But suppose it is needed, then what is the state obligation? And that is the moral obligation, ethical obligation. If state does not fulfill that moral obligation while locking down people, and acts in a very discriminatory manner, that the middle class and rich are protected, poor are just left to fend for themselves, allowed to get infected and that kind of stuff, they are not provided any means to survive, poor just didn't have anything to eat. In India, millions of people started walking back to their native places, right? Thousands of kilometers they walk, right? That's where I think is the issue of human rights coming up. That if state does not fulfill its ethical obligation, then human rights gets violated in a very big way. And the last thing that I want to connect it to this lockdown and Syracuse principle is that during this kind of restriction of the individual liberty, Syracuse principle says very clearly that there should be grievance redress. The justice system must function, because when individual liberties for the control of pandemic is used, there are a lot of possibilities of it getting misused by the state agency. It can be misused by the top leadership of the state, or it can be misused by the local level administrator who are actually enforcing it. And so those who feel aggrieved by it, they must have fora available to go and get justice. But what happens oftentimes in the lockdown is that the courts, the justice system gets also locked down, and it does not prioritize cases which are where injustice is being done by the state agency. And remember, restricting people's individual liberty is a dream of most of the authoritarian regime. And if pandemic becomes an handle or a vehicle to do it, they do use it, unless there is a system to push back, and that is the justice system. And you have to keep the justice system alive in as well as possible. Then there will be quick resolution of this kind of issues that turned up in India in the first few months of the lockdown. So this is a very interesting area that we need to explore. That why things went wrong in India, and it's an area of more research in coming time. Yeah, I will end here.
Thank you, Amar. And these are, as much as we're talking about India, the Indian Science Festival, it isn't that the majority of the countries got this right either. And in India, you still have a population that is not debating whether masks should be worn or not, whether or not they wear it. But you don't have riots in the street with folks not wanting to wear a mask. When the Prime Minister asked India to stay at home, India stayed at home. You had 1/6 of humanity willing to comply, at least initially. And so you had kind of, whether willing or not, you had some kind of synergy between state messaging and population behavior, at least in the early weeks before folks realized that this would drag on for months. In the United States, we have this bizarre and unprecedented moment because of its abysmal leadership, where even the simple act of wearing a mask is debated as an infringement on personal freedom. Professor Cash, Professor Leaning, you'll have spent your entire professional careers here at the public health school. People wear seatbelts, people wear helmets. Why not masks? Can masks not be mandated? What was it like when seatbelts were first mandated? How should a public health practitioner or a scientist who sees that there is something that is in the interest of either individual or collective good to communicate to society that they should use it? Should it always be voluntary? Should it always be through education and volition? Should individuals always be given the choice? In which case, why do we have rules for seatbelts? Before you answer me, I want to acknowledge that there are just some extremely important, fascinating questions on the Q&A, and we'll make sure that we'll come to those very quickly, very soon. Professor Cash.
Well, I think that you pointed out something very important, the whole issue of communication. I think in the United States, for example, the wearing of facial covering, the message was botched, in my view, both by the public health authorities, and then it was taken up as a political issue. The message should have been very clear from the beginning that this is something that's very important. But there were mixed messages from the CDC. Well, it's not necessary because, well, we want to save these masks for the health workers, but now it is necessary. And so with these mixed messages, people took the one that they wanted to work on. Then it became a highly politicized issue. In my view, had we taken this up right from the get-go, and the message had been clear, I think we would have had far less of a problem than we have now, which is now, of course, widespread. I think that education and clear communication is absolutely critical, but there are times when, in fact, we mandate that individuals, as part of a collective group, have to follow certain rules. You can't drive down the street at 90 miles an hour simply because you feel you have a right to do it. You can't drink and drive. You can't be intoxicated with alcohol and drive. There are a lot of rules out there that we are mandated to follow. You must follow traffic rules. You must follow public intoxication rules and so on. So it's not like this is something totally new. The wearing of seatbelts began as an educational campaign, and then the state said, we're going to mandate this. And if you don't do it, you pay a fine. That is, that there is a price to pay for those who choose not to follow the regulations that we have set. So the idea that you can't mandate things, I think, is absurd, because we do it all the time for all sorts of things. We say you have to wear a helmet when you drive on a motorcycle. That we're going to fluoridate the water, and on and on and on. There's so many different things, but all of these are precluded by an educational campaign to tell people this is why it's important and this is why we're going to do this. Now, there is, as Jennifer pointed out and Amar pointed out, there needs to be an opportunity for people to redress, to go to court, to say, I don't want to do this, and here's the reason why. That's very, very important. And certainly it's very important in our society. But the idea of mandating masks and so on, I see no inconsistency with many public health activities that we have introduced in this country and in many other countries. That would have very much obviated the need for massive lockdowns rather than a collective approach to reducing the spread of this particular respiratory illness. And by the way, we've had this, our information on this and our data on this goes way back. This is not something new. Respiratory diseases have been with us, whether it's the 1918 influenza epidemic, H1N1, on and on and on and on. We've known all of this sort of stuff. This is not, COVID-19 is not some sort of highly unusual respiratory pathogen. We've experienced this many times over. We don't do very well in learning whatever lessons there are to be learned. That's one of the problems. Thank you.
Jennifer, did you want to add to that?
Well, I agree completely with Richard and would like to pick up a couple of points that he made. The messaging on the masks was really chaotic, as he said. You know, these people have to wear them, these don't. Oh, actually, maybe a mask isn't required in the setting, et cetera. So it was completely confusing, unless you were really carefully watching the evidence grow.
And to just give our Indian audience context, in the early weeks in the United States, when there was mask shortage because of the supply chain interruptions, you had senior public health officials, well-respected senior public health officials go on live television and say, don't wear a mask, it's of no use, save the mask for healthcare providers. And you know, Dr. Cash would argue that what they should have said is leave the surgical mask for the healthcare providers, put a facial covering on your face, but everyone should mask. So by the time the messaging changed, and this is what Jennifer, you're referring to, it sort of became very confusing. Sorry to interrupt, I just wanted to provide our audience some context.
Very good point. I mean, the public officials were basically colluding or because of lack of knowledge, contributing to real inconsistencies and misinformation. But the other issue was that there was a controversy that again was within the authorities, public health authorities and science, that should have been dealt with quite quickly, which was, you know, how does this virus spread? Was it large droplets? Is it aerosols? You know, how big a space do you have to leave, et cetera? And notions of ventilation were completely unclear. So the messaging for at least 4 or 5 months in the United States with this virus about how the public should act with relationship to proximity and face covering and ventilation was completely mismanaged. The other point is that this is a society, the United States, that does not like to be told what to do. I mean, no society does, but this is a particularly fractious and contrary society, made more so by the political leadership over the last 4 years, but for years going back. And we're going to see this play out now, the fractious nature of this society, the United States. But it is also the case that if you compare it to the seatbelt program, that was introduced carefully, gradually. Remember, there had to be a big discussion with the car manufacturers to have them have vehicles made with seatbelts. And the car manufacturers actually moved quite quickly to recognize this. And it came into consciousness here in the United States once there began to be very good data, and it was being collected. It had just not been publicized by the National Transportation Authority about how many people were being killed every year on the roads, and their estimates about the numbers that could be saved if there were seatbelts. It turned out the estimates they first started with were too low. It turned out that once the seatbelts were introduced, once it became law, once people began to obey the cops that stopped them, the policemen, and said, you know, you have to have a seatbelt. I mean, the casualty rate dropped by half. And prior to that, there were upwards of, 60, 70,000 deaths a year at the peak from car crashes. And you compare that to the total casualty rate from the 15 years of the Vietnam War. They were starting to look equivalent. So the horror on the roads and the data that began to be contributing to public accommodation, was an important aspect. But this is many years. I mean, I'm not an expert on seatbelts, but it took many years to do the law, the manufacturers, public consciousness, a sense of, oh my God, how many people are we really losing every year? Our medical community came in because they said, this is carnage. All these young people come in with head injuries. There's nothing we can do for them. The emergency medicine community was very active. So the campaign to expect that a society that is rebellious against the government in many ways anyway, which is, you need to know your country, but to expect them to put on a mask in the face of the enormous mixed messages and the short time frame under which this catastrophe is unfolding is unrealistic. But on the other hand, it is not something that other societies went through. They adopted it, they tried, they did everything possible. So that is why the United States has the highest death rate, the highest case fatality rate, the highest numbers on all parameters of any country in the world, despite being compared to the major colossus, India and China, and much of Europe. It is an astonishing failure of public government.
Thank you, Jennifer. When we come around to you, you've become less audible than you were before. If you could just reposition where you are in relationship to your mic.
Fine, I'll get closer. Thank you.
Thank you. Amar, that brings me to you with the next question, and through that, let's open up the questions to the audience. There are a whole series of questions which I encourage both of you to, all three of you to look at as well. But vaccination is on everyone's mind now, Amar. And what should we think about in terms of vaccination in India? What are going to be the ethical challenges? Should it be mandated? Who should get it first? Who gets it next? Who decides? What are the ethical? You are the editor of the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. What are the ethical questions one has to answer while distributing vaccines in India?
Well, before I come to vaccine, I just wanted to the contribute to the previous round of discussion. This whole issue of limiting individual liberty, mask, and why this thing happened. There were no big controversy about mask in India. I don't remember seeing a single demonstration where people say that, well, you're dictated to wear mask is bad. US is very high-tech society. If you say that something needs to be done, then it should be available as a commodity, then it is fine. You go in the streets and anywhere in India, most of the people will not have masks, but they will have a cloth put there, so that what Dr. Professor Cash is talking about. I think that's what people were doing, and still they continue doing it. The point, however, on the larger level is that when the state dictates certain stuff, then what are the state's own obligation? I think that is where the state, if says that you should put on mask, or they say that everybody should have vaccine, does state having any kind of obligation to ensure that the vaccine is available free of charge, where people can't afford it, that they will get the mask they are required? I can also respond to this, that if you declare lockout, do you have to, each state having an obligation to see that I don't starve? It's not true that during India's lockout, people believed Prime Minister and did not come out of the house. In Mumbai city, half of the people, that is anywhere around 8 to 10 million people in city itself, do not have housing where they can sit for 24 hours within their room. In one room, there may be 12 people staying, 10 people staying, 5 people staying, right? Most of them were out. And most of them were not only out, but they're also getting clubbed, many of them getting clubbed by the policeman, because the lockdown was enforced like a curfew through the policing agency. If you really communicate well, as Dr. Kesh was saying and Dr. Jennifer was saying, if you really communicate very well and people understand the scientific need to have that, and then they have a means to enforce it, to do it in their personal life, then I'm sure they will follow you. But if your communication is bad and you have really not thought through that an order that I'm giving, is the opposite person will be able to follow it or not? Is the person having a life situation to follow it or not? I think that is very, very important. And if that is not done, lockdown fails. And that's how what happened in India, that after lockdown and people had to start walking, that was a complete violation of whatever Prime Minister was talking about. And they kept denying that people were walking on the road, and millions of people walking, not one. After partition, this kind of migration was seen for the first time in India on the roads. And they kept denying. Even the Supreme Court denied initially, and ultimately they had to accept it, right? That yes, this is happening. Do something about it, right? They took the infections everywhere, because they got infected when they were sitting in cities for first 2-3 weeks, and when they could not survive because they had nothing to eat, they started walking, and they took the infection with them. So what happened during the lockdown in India as compared to the lockdown elsewhere, that instead of infection coming down and stopping, as it happens, say, in South Korea and other places, without lockdown and doing a lot of contact tracing and all, we had more infection, right? And actually, it's a very ironic that when we are lifting the lockdown, our infection is going down. That is where you will have to look at epidemiology and how infections actually changes, people's biological thing, that whole immunity that comes and all, the herd immunity you were talking about. The last thing that you are saying about vaccine. Well, vaccine is having a massive debate at the moment. There are 5 trials of vaccine have taken place in India, and they are going on. And emergency approval to 2 vaccines have been given. One is AstraZeneca vaccine produced by Serum Institute of India, and the second one, the Bharat Biotech, the Indian vaccine, which is developed in India, and there have been a massive controversy about, particularly Bharat Biotech, where the 3rd phase of trial is still not completed, but it is being given permission to vaccinate. So that is one area, that what happens during the clinical trial, and there are debates, and is it right to we criticize Russia and China for providing approval after second phase of the trial, but we ourselves are doing it now. In India that has happened. So there are issues. The other issue is that will people get vaccine free of charge, right? So far, to the health workers and people who are in a vulnerable position, like people who are having age above 50 and below 50 with comorbidities, they will be provided free of charge vaccine. But rest of the people, what will happen to them? There is no clarity. And it seems that this vaccine, while being provided through the government system, they will also be made available in the market so that people start using it. So we are worried that if vaccines are really good and if they are useful, then the government should provide universal access to it if they are really interested. The scientific question that Dr. Kesh can ask is that with the infection going down so drastically down, today there are about 18,000 new infections reported in India, 18,000 per 1.3 billion people, and it is going down. New infections are going down. Are we really in urgent need of vaccine? If so, are we in the urgent need of the universal vaccination of every individual in India? I think this scientific question needs to be asked by and answered by some epidemiologists to tell us, what should be done. I think that is not being debated on a large scale. Should we be investing so much in the vaccination, or should we be investing a lot in the health system, a public health system, which functions well in case the second wave of infection starts in India? I think these are the issues that may be coming up in coming time for all of us.
Amar, thank you so much for raising that fairly, polemic and controversial.
Absolutely, very controversial.
Yeah, and is immunity going to last? Right? We're still only a year into the pandemic, and if we find that it wanes, then not vaccinating people will come back to bite government, saying you had an opportunity, you didn't. These are important questions. There are a lot of just wonderful questions in our Q&A, and we have limited time. So I'm going to request the speakers to feel free to type some of these answers, as well as use the next few minutes for Q&A. Can I ask the organizers for a little clarification? Do you have another talk right after this, or can we go over a few minutes and try and answer questions? Could one of the organizers?
So you're free to go ahead. We don't have a talk lined up, so we have time.
So we'll extend by a few minutes to accommodate some very important questions. And will you be coordinating the Q&A, or would you like me to pick some questions?
So whatever works better. We've actually dismissed off a few irrelevant questions, so you're free to pick from the box.
From the ones that are left. All right. There are some questions here. I'm going to try and group them together. There are questions about contact tracing here, which we'll come back to a little bit later, because that's a related but slightly separate topic, and it'll be fascinating to get the panelists here to contribute to that conversation. There's a question from one of the speakers that says, well, how's a country like India supposed to manage a pandemic without lockdowns? Richard, of the three panelists, you have probably been most vocal about lockdowns not necessarily being the right strategy. So can I request you to take maybe just 2 minutes to paint what an alternative scenario would have looked like, and then either Jennifer or Amar, if you don't entirely agree with that approach, feel free to chime in, or we'll move to the next question. But Richard, you feel very passionately about this, so 2 minutes. Yeah. What could an alternative look like?
Again, I think that a general lockdown was a terrible strategy, and the collateral damage to other health sectors and the population has been incalculable and won't be calculated, certainly by the government. General lockdowns have had there's only been one place where it seems to have some value, and that has been in Wuhan. There have been selective lockdowns in Korea and in other places where they've taken a small population and quarantined them. Let's not use the word lockdown. Let's say they were quarantined. Sometimes early on in an epidemic in Kerala, this had some value. But once an epidemic reaches a certain stage, it has no value really at all, nor does contact tracing, in my view. Contact tracing has a very limited value early on in an epidemic, but once it gets generalized, no. Let me put in one other comment somebody asked about, can a democratic country succeed in this? Well, New Zealand has. Last time I looked, Korea, which is democratic to a degree, Taiwan, Thailand. There are a lot of countries which have general democratic principles, and they have done an extremely good job in controlling the epidemic because they started early and used good public health principles. Once it gets beyond a certain point, it no longer pays, and India made a huge mistake in doing what they did, it took a long time for them to roll back after they made those initial mistakes. So I don't think it is a valuable strategy. It was not a valuable strategy in India. And as Amar pointed out, it probably contributed to the spread of the virus.
Thank you.
Could I put in one
Please.
comment on the vaccine issue? I don't believe that India should do a national vaccine program. There are so many other issues that will need to take place. And by the time they ramp up to do it, this epidemic will likely have faded into the history books, which is what is happening right now, and is what happened with the 1918 influenza epidemic and the H1N1 epidemic. And so India should protect some vulnerable populations, but it should not embark on a national immunization program. I think it would be a waste of resources, and it won't achieve what they wish to achieve. That's probably enough controversy right there.
Richard, the problem is that the vaccination will take place, and when you say vulnerable people should be protected by the vaccine and everybody should not get it. But what is going to happen is that not just those who are on the front line, working on COVID issues, but a lot of people who are very privileged in India, they all are going to get vaccine.
Of course, of
and,
course.
And that is going to create an impression that those who are not getting is because the government is not ready to invest for them, but is ready to invest for the privileged one. And that's where the whole issue is going to be debated in India. That if doctors can get it free of charge, politicians get it free of charge, the bureaucrats get it free of charge, why can't a policeman get free of charge, armed forces get free of charge? Why can't the poor fellow in the village get the free of charge, the same vaccine? I think that is going to be a major debate in India, and how to handle it in a scientific manner is an issue for us.
And it's a valid question too, because when you look at the seroprevalence studies that have come out in India, you find that the slums already have very high seroprevalence now, right? In the densely packed communities, there's been a lot of asymptomatic COVID, and the high rises and folks with means don't have as much high seroprevalence. There have been calls and attempts to determine whether seropositivity should define your eligibility to a vaccine, and there are many problems with that, and how long you're going to be able to detect the antibodies in the serum, etc. But that notwithstanding, becomes raises very difficult issues about equity. Who gets it, who doesn't get it, and how do you control the communication around it, as all of you are well aware. There are questions here about contact tracing apps and Indian controversies, Varogya Setu app, and how do you ensure that there is no breach of the right to privacy, etc. I think that's beyond the scope of this panel directly, but I would just like to comment on it as been working with teams around this issue. I think you have to show public health utility before there is a breach of even if there's a temporary suspension of freedoms. And if you cannot show public health utility, then it is hard to justify any abrogation of rights. What has happened in the United States, where we have embraced DP3T and the Google Apple platform, that it is so voluntary in an environment which is so untrusting of governments that you just don't get enough people using it. And so there is no public health utility of the digital contact tracing app in the United States. So any risk, however minimal, to individual or collective privacy is just not worth it, because you cannot demonstrate that it will work. In places like India, there are issues about just not reaching critical mass. If you don't have enough people with the app turned on, it doesn't have public health utility, and then is it worth taking the risks?
Could I just say South Korea is relatively authoritarian when it needs to be. and there is a high tolerance in South Korea for digital scrutiny. So the contact tracing was done in the first phase extremely tightly and well. And it's only been in the second or third phase, however South Korea wants to talk about it, where now you have a resurgence of the disease. And there are more people coming in, they let down the borders, et cetera. And now they have to get a handle on it again. And they're still using digital technology. But for most societies, that would not be tolerated. So it's an interesting issue. I mean, I think it's effective, but a lot depends upon the tolerance of the society for that kind of intrusion.
Thank you. We are just a couple of minutes over time. I wanted to turn this to the organizers, see if there were questions that are unanswered that they would like the panelists to answer, and then we can just do a quick wrap up, 30-second messaging from the panelists.
Yeah, I think we have one question over here that we'd like the panelists to address. It says, just one second. Yeah, what kind of ethical issues do we need to deal with when it comes to an intersection of public health and medical ethics? So in a pandemic, what are the different types of things that we need to keep in mind? And it's addressed to Dr. Jesani.
Well, I think I have to take a full lecture for that. This is a very broad question. If you are going into, because it's not just about public health ethics. A lot of things we are discussing about lockdown, mask, and the scientific basis of restricting people's rights, and the reciprocal obligations of the state. They're all part of the discourse of the public health ethics. That is the discipline that we are talking about. On the other hand, we never discuss that part, which is very important, and that happened in India, is that how did India's medical system cope with the large number of patients coming to them, particularly the urban health system. India is a highly privatized health system. India spends only 1.2% of the GDP, that is the public spending. The rest are all coming from people's pocket. So what happened during the large number of patients going to the hospital and not finding bed there? Why the high mortality took place? Was it because of the lack of the care available to them? When they went to the hospital. I think this is a very, very important area where the massive, class-based, caste-based, gender-based discrimination took place all over. And in coming time, more and more documentation will start coming on that to show it. But that is also a big ethical issue. That the private hospital charging enormous money in order to treat patients, give them bed and put them in the intensive care units. Or the VIPs, those who had more resources and power, they were suffering from mild infection, but occupying the beds of the hospital and not vacating it for the common masses. State not doing enough to take over the beds of the private hospitals in order to ensure that everybody gets on equitarian basis the admission there. Those are the issues where rationing in the market, the kind of discrimination that takes place within the hospital, all these issues are being documented. If anybody is interested, can go on the Indian Journal of Medical Ethics. We have a National Bioethics Conference website link there. You can go. 8 National Bioethics Conference had 2 webinars on these issues, and the doctors, prominent doctors from private sector and the government who came there, they admitted that things happened were not good. There was a lot of profiteering by the private hospitals, and they did not care for being humanitarian during the pandemic. And the last issue is all this debate that is not only in India but even in US about clinical trials, how well they have been done. Starting from hydroxychloroquine and giving its emergency access to many other antivirals, which all of them which are found to have no effect there, and instead of improving the basic clinical care for the patients, there was a huge, attention given to get those, get those magic bullets to kill viruses, which never work. I think these are the all ethical issues which we need to take into account, and the spectrum is very, very wide. So, as I said, that it requires a lot of work. We have published several articles which are specific to India on public health ethics, clinical ethics, and the research ethics. You may have a look at them if you are really interested.
Amar, thank you. I would like to be respectful to the organizers and the time, and for folks in India who are logged in this late in the evening. Any concluding comments from Professor Cash or Professor Leaning before we wrap up?
I just want to endorse what Amar has said, that the National Bioethics Conference was a superb forum where a lot of these issues were discussed. And I would fully endorse those of you who are interested to check the Journal of Medical Ethics, a world-class publication. With regard to treatment, I'm reminded of a comment that Dr. Sanjay made at the meeting, where the poor are undertreated and the rich are overtreated in India. And a lot of that overtreatment is with drugs that and I want to emphasize this, very questionable value, if at any value at all. But people are still getting into poverty because of this fear that they're not getting the most up-to-date, though useless drug. So again, I want to endorse all that Amar and Jennifer has said on this issue. And thank you again for the invitation to attend the forum.
Thank you, Professor Cash. Dr. Leaning.
It's been a privilege to be part of this discussion, and I thank both Dr. Jesani and Dr. Cash for their wisdom. I would just say that in many parts of the world, and I'm sure it's true in India as well, but I understand the issues of the privatization there. But the U.S. has highly privatized care in many ways also. That the medical community, and by that I mean everyone in a hospital, there has been enormous heroism and bravery in the face of this unpredictable and still quite unknown virus, from the standpoint of whom it affects and how difficult it is to escape its claws, so to speak. And so I think there's going to be worldwide reckoning, and then in each society, separate kinds of reckoning about how the medical establishment, the hospitals, the scientific community mobilized in ways that were either delayed or urgent and appropriate the more you could learn. And then I think in many parts of the world, and this includes the United States, and I know it's India as well, there's going to have to be a very serious evaluation of how public health works in the country. Public health was allowed to essentially erode in terms of consciousness and infrastructure in the United States over the course of the 20th century and now still. And to me, there needs to be a revitalization of attention to public health and the ethics and the responsibilities of practitioners towards the poor and the disadvantaged. And to me, that is a worldwide conversation. And anyway, I'm privileged to be part of this discussion with all of you and also with our colleagues in the audience in India. Thank you.
That's a wonderful
one. Very brief. I just want to reiterate what Jennifer said. I think in India also the health workers, doctors, down to all of them, they did a very, very committed work in the hospital. But at the same time, there have been a lot of conflicts between the hospitals and the health workers, because the government hospital as well as private hospitals did not reciprocate by providing the kind of protection that they needed, and or provide them the financial support. Many times doctors and nurses went on strike simply because they were not paid for 3 months and 6 months. It happened in some prominent hospitals. Or they were not being provided protective equipments even when they were otherwise available in the market. So I think this contradictions needs to be sorted out. That very committed work by those people, many of them died in the duty, and on the other hand, the system not appreciating it and really providing protection. A lot of violence against them, or the doctors getting stigmatized in the community. The doctors were not able to go to that, moving in the community was so difficult for them, saying that these are the infection spreaders. There was a lot of stigma against medical staff within the society, and this protection that they needed about it. I think this is a very important issue, and hopefully they will be sorted out in coming time. And the public health system, as you said, needs to be strengthened as a learning from the current understanding.
Amar, you just got muted.
Yeah, that's it. I think that's yeah.
Thank you kindly, the organizers, the panelists, for this very, very thoughtful and provocative discussion. There are very few countries in the world that got this right, and this was not the first pandemic that we have faced. The lessons and the mistakes keep repeating themselves, sometimes 100 years apart. But we live in a more connected world. Information flows more easily, and hopefully the lessons that we have learned from this pandemic will be better etched, both in our memories, but in the processes that we institutionalize to face the next one, because there will be another pandemic, and the next one is likely to be sooner than later. Thank you to the organizers of the India Science Festival, and sorry about running over time. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, and good night.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Balsari. Thank you to all the panelists, Dr. Leaning, Dr. Jesani, Professor Cash. It was an absolute pleasure having you all on board. I think you brought in some much needed perspective to the Indian audiences, and it was an absolute pleasure having you on board. Professor Balsari, as always, thank you so much for being associated with ISF, helping us curate and moderate this panel, and we're looking forward to doing more events together. Thank you so much.
Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure. Good luck. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
I'd just like to inform all our attendees at this point that we are done with day 5 of our Science Festival. Thank you so much for sticking around. We have had a bunch of very, very exciting events today. And I just want you to know that we are going to continue with the talks, panel discussions, workshops, demonstrations, games, and conferences across the entire month of January. So if you look at the website link in your chat right now, you can head over to our website and check out all the events that we have planned out for you. It's going to be an exciting month filled with a lot of interesting science events. So make sure that you check them all out. We encourage all of you to call your family and friends, and we truly want everybody to join us in celebrating science and technology. You can follow us on our social media channels. We're extremely active, and you can find updates all over. So make sure you follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. We also have a Twitter contest going on for those of you who are interested. Take a screen grab or take a screenshot of the event that interests you the most, put it up on Twitter, tag Science Fest, tag us, and tell us why you like the event the most. And the best tweets get exciting prizes. I'd also like you all to know that all our sessions are recorded and put up on YouTube. So in case you've missed any session or want to show any of our videos to your friends and family, make sure you head over to our YouTube channel and check our videos out. And I think on behalf of Team ISF, I'd like to thank you all for sticking with us till this time. And on that note, thanks so much. We hope to see you on Tuesday with our next event. And yeah, let's keep celebrating science, and let's keep amplifying the voice of science all across the world. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Bye-bye.